Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Curbside Podcast presents Dice Hard with a Vengeance. Everyone's favorite game here on Twitch, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you for watching. We had a very interesting session last time, so I can't imagine things are going to get any simpler when we get back. But as always, like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, tap a little bell on your YouTube app so you never miss an upload. Buy the shirts at ProWrestlingTees.com.
Buy the shirt.
Buy the shirts. And as always, shout out to our friends and our sponsors. First off, as always, Question Trays. They have been making a ton of new products as of late. They have dice towers, dice trays, dice cases in the shape of like treasure chests. And I'm pretty sure they're even in the running to start making dice soon. So go check them on Instagram because they do some amazing work, and I can't wait to see more. As always, shout out to our good friend Andrian Von Ziegler, who provides the music for each and every episode here on Dice Hard with a Vengeance. And as always, our sponsors, Raise Energy at repsports.com. I actually have their most recent flavor right here in front of me. It is ginger ale, and it is absolutely phenomenal.
That's appropriate for you.
Oh shit!
Well played.
Got him.
I'm warming up.
That is delicious. So go check them out. Use the promo code Curbside8 at checkout for a special discount. And our friends at Jerky.pro.
Who doesn't have a ginger flavor yet?
Who does not have a ginger flavor yet? But
if they do, I'm saying I'm the one that pushed that ball along.
There
you go.
But go check them out. Go check them out. Same promo code Curbside8 at checkout. They have some wonderful flavors and some big announcements coming up. So go check them out. They are definitely working hard to bring you guys an amazing jerky product. With that, we'll do the oath, and then we'll turn it over to Mr. DM, Tim, and we'll get the show on the road. I, Naramus Torin, do solemnly swear to not be a murder hobo. Joe?
I, Basilisk Kaku, do solemnly swear to remain the optimistic voice of positivity for the party.
Same thing.
Lady B?
I mean, can I really make any guarantees at this point? But I'll try.
I mean, you've got at least 1 hour.
This is facts. Not wrong. Hey.
Corrales.
Hi, Corrales Abrazar, do solemnly swear to not be a murder hobo.
Welcome back, George.
Thank you, man.
Missed you last time. And Draco.
We all did.
I'm not saying it because the Druids shouldn't have been last. You a Druid?
I see.
Take it away.
I see what this is. All right.
Wait. No
one.
Chris. You don't get to say that. Tim, take it away.
Yeah, let's get back into the story. Welcome back to Thrandia. Welcome back to your campaign. When we last left off, you guys, the party had really been through the ringer in the past several days. Between the wedding of the, quote unquote party mom, Philomena Bordeaux, and her husband for a few minutes anyway, Rael Kane, the subsequent murder of Rael Kane by his wife, and the showdown which ensued between the party and one of the oldest friends, associates of the party. After her death, Hector tried his best to kind of keep the remaining hierarchy of Brine at bay and kind of deflect for you guys to give you just moments to breathe and take stock and prepare yourselves. The following day, it was revealed that the remaining leadership of Brine is pretty much pushing for Hector to become regent. of something. You guys really don't know all the details yet. But a lot of power and a lot of influence is going to be headed his way very quickly. The deal that pretty much was made would be that you guys would have, we'll call it a party meeting, to kind of everybody get on the same page, come up with a plan for the future. You now have 7 days to make it back to Sandbar. And on Sandbar, there will be a more official meeting with a lot of the higher-ranking officials that remain of Brine for a long-term plan on how to take Brine back and how to move forward politically and just how to move forward, period. The following night, several of the party members just had a very, very weird night's sleep and not much else happened. You just weird dreams, as is to happen, you know, if you eat something before you go to bed, or just, you know, you got things on your mind. A lot of you had some very close to hallucinatory dreams, and that's about it. Where we're going to pick up is the morning after, and I'm going to start with Corrallos, since George, you weren't here with us in the last session. I feel like you unfairly kind of missed out on a couple opportunities. So I had you roll for something before we started streaming, and we're going to address it. So, Corrallos, the morning after, you are rooming with Hector, as I recall. So, you find yourself the first one awake. Hector's still asleep in his bunk. Corrallos, as you look around, you notice a small pouch laying on your chest. It's about the size of a coin purse, your average coin purse. I can't hear you. There you go. Yeah.
I'll use detect magic. Is it magical?
It is. In fact,
He's such a smart boy.
Yes. It is, in fact, a magical aura. I can tell you I was looking up the school for you, but it is a strong magical aura. We'll just run with that right now.
I'll open it.
Roll me a d4.
Oh.
It's a flower you fall for.
Right.
1. Inside, you see 5 onyx black colored beads.
They're not doing anything?
No. Like 5 black marbles.
Can I identify them?
Sure. You cast Identify?
Yes, it's a ritual, but yeah.
They are beads of force.
What is that?
What is that he has?
Question indeed.
I will send it in the chat, but for the sake of just over here, basically about a 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Beads of force. You can use as an action to throw a bead up to 60 feet. The bead explodes on impact and is destroyed. Each creature within a 10-foot radius of where the bead lands has to make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or take 5d4 force damage.
Jeez. Nice.
A sphere of transparent force then encloses the area for 1 minute. Any creature that failed to save is completely within that area and is trapped inside the sphere. Creatures that succeeded on the save are partially within that area and are pushed away from that sphere. Only breathable air can pass through that sphere's wall. No attack or other effect can. And there are a few more rules about what you do if you're trapped inside the sphere. But I'm going to send this to you and to the chat.
I just think it's funny that Hector wakes up and Krause is on the floor with ritual items spread out. I just think it's such a bunking with Corralo's thing.
I'm gonna say, but at one point, you got Hector looks, goes back to sleep like it's nothing new.
He's got lit candles and a chicken, and he's just like, "Oh, hello, hi Hector."
Morning, Corrales. Morning, I'm going back to sleep.
It's waffle time. That's what this is. You enjoy your ritual. I'm waffle.
Speed of Force is a dope item, though.
Sounds dope.
It's definitely one of those items where if you're clever and creative with it, it's way more powerful than it looks like on the tin. It's one of those items that, like, oh look, it's a
So
hammer.
you
that can
mean
break any
everything
wall.
that Corellos has?
It's a good thing we gave it to the least clever and resourceful member of our group.
Yeah.
I'm a cow. I like grass.
It'd be really rough if we gave the super useful utility item to our clever guy.
I personally, if anybody's wondering, as a DM, I just felt like he missed out. So I'm at least gonna reward him with something that you know, and
have fun with. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think you'll. I'm sure you'll come up.
Your problem eventually.
Oh yeah, but
yeah. You're just doing this to yourself, so you know.
But that's kind of my job, so it's fine. Continuing back, yes, as you are in the process of identifying your fancy black marbles, Hector does kind of rise awake and just kind of just wipe the sleep out of his eyes and just looks at what you're doing. Should I be worried or?
No more than usual.
It's too early for this.
Goes back to chanting in some dark tongue.
Are you levitating? Distracting me.
That visual is just so funny to me. You just wake up and Corrales has ritual items and runic circles drawn on the floor, and he's just like, all right.
He literally goes to just go grab some fruit. He's just
not once if you're summoning something.
Comes back with his fruit and his sword just in case.
Corrales, also with the rest of your do you have I haven't asked this for a while, your basic equipment, you have an adventurer's pack, correct? Or a
Not anymore.
Not anymore. That's right. That's right. You don't, do you?
It's been a few years since you lost all your shit.
It has been. Yeah. Yeah. Everything, right?
Open a pole.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll say this. With your cloak and several other of your items that you don't wear when you're asleep, you do see what looks like a wine skin that was not there the night before.
Is that magical?
It very much is.
Some would say it's divine.
It's
Alcoholics,
glowing
a lot of
brighter
you.
than the beads.
All alcohol is magic, but this is really magic.
We here do not condone underage drinking. We do,
We
however,
here
find
do
it
not
hilarious.
Then the rituals continue. I'll like
The rituals continue. That is a line. That is an unfittingly hard line.
The
Ritual commences.
Morality improved.
Rituals continue.
this image of him with a small animal, just like, and the ritual continues.
The squirrels just explode. Life on the island dies.
Corrales Yeah, just
That's the
right.
tagline. That's the tagline for. the
put that on a
Patriots
shirt.
Bachelor Show.
The
I
ritual
want-
continues.
The rituals will continue until morale improves.
That is right up there with the pact is
That could
sealed
be
as a response
such
to
an
somebody.
ominous statement. Like that could be so ominous if
Yeah.
it wasn't coming from a 17-year-old boy sitting on the floor
Yeah.
of a hotel room.
Right?
The rituals continue.
The
Or
rituals-
continue.
Like holiday boy, what do
Actually,
you want-
that kind of makes it worse that it's from a 17-year-old boy sitting in a hotel,
Some
bathroom.
Catcher in the Rye shit right there.
Good lord. Okay, hold on, because I do have to pull this up as you're casting it, and it is magical. It is extremely magical, actually. What it is ambrosia nectar.
What did I miss?
What did I do last night?
The children's table, man.
How hard did I sleep?
Basically, what you have is magic happy booze. What it does is
Magic super booze.
you roll, as I recall, what I told you guys last week, and the same thing applies. I think it's a D4, and basically all of you. It was a D6. Thank you. D6, and all of your trauma, any of your mental demons, figuratively.
The fact he has to use figuratively. Oh my god.
Yes, I'm talking to the warlock. I have to use figuratively.
Did you say warlock or horlock? Because if you've had 5 or more patrons, I feel like that qualifies. And I'm not judging. I'm not patron shopping.
You
shaming.
are patron shaming. That's exactly what you're
Wouldn't that
doing.
just be patronizing?
That's
Shut
Who this man?
I'll see myself out.
Well, why do they?
That's it. Cut the stream. That we're
We like
ending
to
there.
be man. We like to know we can bring you on
He's the next
stage.
host of the stream because Cam just vetoed
good
himself
lord.
out.
Basically, this is in fact magical.
So is Corralo's magical grape juice since he's underage?
Yeah,
Oh,
underage drinking isn't quite. This is the old times, all right.
It
wine
is in
better than
fact magical alcohol. It is in this particular form, it is a type of wine. Since you can identify it, I'm going to say in this particular case, it's going to be a religion check.
Good religion. 19.
19. You know from the reputation that ambrosia nectar is in fact a wine of the gods. This is heavily diluted. This is diluted for mortal consumption. There are also other effects that you will become aware of later. But this definitely deals with any of your characters' mental trauma, anything that you would feel Corrales carries around with him in his mind wherever he goes. And you will feel a euphoric state of bliss for 1d6 hours. There are other perks, but we'll get there.
All right.
I'm more worried about the withdrawal symptoms.
Right?
Thanks for putting that in his in the DM's head. We were fine.
Whoops, sorry. Wrong tab.
Whoop.
Sorry,
My
wrong
bad.
tab.
Whoop.
Get out of my room, Mom.
Like, oh shit, I didn't think about withdrawal. Oh, when they come down.
No.
I didn't think about a hangover.
You don't think there'd be a side effect of a mortal drinking an immortal beverage? huh.
Did an 8-ball of Peruvian flake
yeah.
over the weekend.
The
And then
side
I
effect
stopped
is
and
your
everything
trauma
seems
coming
fine.
back after you
Mhm.
realized your trauma was gone. The side
Yeah.
effect is the crippling pain it's going to be when all that trauma comes flooding back to you.
Exactly.
Using a projector to put like a Christmas Wonderland onto your mind hovel doesn't repair the holes that the scorpions come in from. Like, it's not helping anything. It's only going to make it worse when the power gets cut.
That's an amazing way to put that, but I like it. You also see a very quizzical look on Hector's face as he also has a wineskin identical to the one you have, and he's did you make a booze run? Can
Did
you
you make a boost, child?
wait? Can you afford? Wait, no, you're underage. There's no way you got this, right?
I not sure. Literally and figuratively.
You see him kind of look up in space for a second, and no way with that. What do you know about alcohol fairies?
Spoken like a recovering alcoholic.
He just kind of, you see him as he kind of ties it to his belt.
Very. Yeah, I guess I'll put it in my robe somewhere.
Okay.
Pocket. Yeah.
Okay. Don't. I was gonna say, don't you have a? Yeah. No, you don't have that anymore. I apologize. I keep forgetting how much I've taken from you over the campaign.
It's not how much you've taken away. It's that I can't believe you haven't replaced
Listen, I memorize half the crap I give you, and then I'm like, doesn't he have a? No, never mind.
No,
All
he
right.
broke that one.
I can't believe we haven't bought you a new backpack.
All right. We're warming up, people. We're warming up.
Just for the DM to say, I've forgotten how much I've taken for you. What a statement.
Again, like that's another one of those lines. Again, we at the podcast do not support warlock abuse.
However,
Hilarious.
fucking hilarious.
This is, I don't know what else you want.
Make better choices.
Make
saying.
Make better choices.
There's a reason that the warlock's my favorite. I'm just saying. Anyway, okay, so you have a pouch with 5 beads of force and a wineskin with ambrosia wine in it.
What a combo. I don't know. I don't know where it's really going on.
Hector kind of interjecting, and he goes, well, I think we were going to have that, party meeting today. There's been some recent developments that I need to tell you all about, and we all need to get on the same page. And I think as of today, we have 6 days to get back to Sandbar. So that's all a thing. Because we're going to have a more important meeting with, Teledor and others. Vereen.
Sounds like we should go round everyone up.
Yeah. Kind of cracks his neck. Just kind of a very resigned demeanor to him as he just starts putting on his armor.
Something more on your mind, Hector?
Once we have the party meeting, I don't want to have to tell the story more than once. Yes, there's a lot on my mind.
All right. Let's go.
All right. Let's go to Torin. Torin, as you wake up, you're gonna have to remind me.
Mm-hmm.
the magical item that you ended up with?
I had the Staff of the Adder.
That's right. Okay. It's not resting on you. As you wake up, you do find out you also woke up before Nat. But you do see the snake staff like leaning against an end table, and it's next to the rest of your gear, along with a wineskin that was not there before.
Torn will turn over, see the staff, close his eyes, immediately wakes back up. Wait a minute, that wasn't there last night. He'll slowly get up, stretch. He's not gonna touch the staff because he's not sure what it is, but he's just gonna give it a good look over and be like, that definitely wasn't there last night. And then he'll see the wineskin. Picks it up. He'll open it and give it like a small whiff.
I've kind of done this once before, but what is for Torin? What would be a pleasant smell to him? What would be something that he would consider something that he finds attractive or finds that would trigger maybe a happy memory for him?
We'll do in this case, he smells like a really rich, like fireplace burning smell. Like that nice wintry kind of feel, and it was just
yeah. It's exactly what it smells like.
That wineskin. This is magic booze. And he'll go, taunt! And he'll immediately, like, look like he's about to get angry at Tawny. And then just all of that anger just goes away. Strangely. He's like, that was very pleasant. And he'll set it back down. Well, definitely gonna have to ask everyone else if they still had that same strange dream. And he'll slowly start getting ready. And at that, while he's getting ready, he's also gonna tap on Nat. Question. Did you have any weird dreams about hitting cultists with a hammer or locked cases, strange numbered Aphrodites?
Torin, you told me if you ever experimented with anything that you would tell me before, not after.
I did not take anything before bed. I don't know what happened after that, though. So, I had a very, very odd dream.
Yeah, you probably just had a bad dream. What did you eat last night?
You know, like 3 plates of bacon, a bunch of eggs, a couple of those really fancy pies that were at dinner.
You see, that's your problem. You mixed breakfast food with a pie. That's a bad mix. Okay, now go. No. And she basically just takes a cover and just goes, rolls back over like she's gonna go back to sleep.
You know what? Fine, I will let you sleep in because you deserve it. I'm going to take this magic new booze that I just found in the room and go find the rest of our friends.
All booze is magic, Torin.
And then he'll collect his, his things, his armor, Chaos Star and Claw Basher. He'll very hesitantly pick up the staff. And then he'll place it across his back and he'll let Nat sleep in and leave.
Okay. Basilisk, as you wake up, sir, you also find your new shield and a wineskin next to the rest of your gear that was not there the previous night.
Then, I guess to reiterate, I would, do a morning prayer with a drop of ambrosia on one of the scales, one of the sides of scales, and then find a bit of metal of some kind and drive it into the wall and hang my old shield on it with a note. So, hopefully this will help you as it helped me. And then he will gather his things and pack everything up and, make sure that he's clean, presentable, check his beard, his hair, everything. Make sure he's completely groomed. And he will, at least for the next 3 hours, be very, very positive, and his countenance will be a lot warmer than it has been thus far.
Okay.
As opposed to a very neutral and stoic sternness, it'll be a lot more inviting and a lot more. I don't want to use the term human, but a lot more personable.
Yeah.
And he will gather his things, and he will take his little scales and put it back on his makeshift staff, put it on his back with his pack and everything, and he will hoist his new shield and step outside and go look for food.
Okay. Easy enough. Draco.
And the rituals continue. But since Draco's outside in the hammock, he was probably up a little earlier than everybody, and he's in the middle of his cosmic omen ritual.
Okay. Yeah.
And if you don't mind, can I roll a religion? Because after reflecting on everything that happened that night, can I do a religion to see if I can sense any of my gods around? Like, if I can feel like their energies or something like that,
Okay, you're trying to reach out. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you try this. Do you do anything? Like, what do you do? I'll say that, because that might affect, what kind of role or how I do this. So maybe you can help yourself with it. So.
So the way that I see it, like he's he's meditating and with the cowl of his cloak, he has it over, and he's just like trying to search through the constellations that's within his cloak and to see if he can feel anything.
Feeling about the contents of your cloak?
The constellations that's in the cloak.
Oh, okay.
That's my star map.
My bad. Yeah. Your star map. Yeah.
So
what do I have in my pocket?
Right. I'm sorry. I'm just.
No,
yes.
I probably misspoke.
No. I'm maybe I misunderstood. That's why. That's why I repeated it. Just making sure. All right. I'm gonna say, if you're trying to use your star map to kind of help, roll me a religion check.
That's an 18. Like I said, I just want to see if I can feel their presence and whatnot. Like, it doesn't have to be anything like a message or a sign or anything. Just if I can feel if they're there.
It's difficult because you weren't trying to reach out to a specific one. You're just trying to feel anything or reach out to anything. You don't get a response. With an 18, it's not that there's no presence to draw from. It's that it's kind of like you don't have service here.
Mm.
For lack of a better term, to use a real world analogy, you don't have service where you're standing.
Gotcha. But yeah, so excuse me. With that, I'm gonna go ahead and, like I said, finish my my omen, because all I got was gold and just happy, just enjoying throughout this time being around with anybody, like just
straight vibing.
It's nice. It's nice to be on the beach on a hammock and it's not raining fire or giants or any other crazy shit.
Or flowers.
Yeah, nothing's
Flower.
nothing nothing's trying to kill you at the moment. It's a good morning. It is. You do have a nice breeze coming off of the surf because you are on an island. You are in this lovely resort, temporary as it was. There is a moment of peace here. There is a moment of calm and tranquility to be found even here. And you do notice after your attempted prayer reach out, you do notice off to the side of the tree on where one side of the hammock is tethered to, you do see your bag of gold coins and a wineskin that was not there before.
Draco just looks sad and just to make sure he casts Primal Savagery to grow claws to make sure that he still has his magic.
Yeah. This time the claws do extend out, and you have your natural abilities are returned to you here on the material plane. You gather that maybe they just didn't work on whatever plane of existence you were on during your sleep.
Cool. And I guess since I'm outside, I don't know if people started stirring and everything, right?
Well, yeah, all of this is kind of happening simultaneously because you all were going to basically convene together and have a big meeting and talk through a lot of your stuff. So
yeah, I'll just go ahead and go to the meeting point, and I got a 1 on that roll, so I have whoa,
got it. D, you wake up. You are gonna have to remind me what magical item. I remember everything before, but what magical item did you end up with?
The luck blade.
Yeah.
How many wishes?
So I wake up with a very lovely sword, a ridiculously lovely sword.
Yes, which we did talk about. You can describe it if you want to.
So yeah, I will do that. So I wake up. I'm assuming I wake up with the sword and the plushie.
Yes, and yes, I love this image. All right, like in the crook of your left arm, you have a displacer plushie, and kind of in your right hand, kind of clutching the scabbard for it, is almost like what you described. Like almost, it's a short sword, but
like
it's
a very thin rapier short sword, ridiculously ornate with the gold to silver vines. And the like roses blooming towards the hilt with the little red jewels in them. Literally like vines down the entire blade. Like this thing looks like ceremonial. It looks like it'd be a bitch to actually use and then subsequently clean.
Sure.
Because it's so decorative down the entire blade.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like anyone's used this thing for anything practical ever.
Yes. But yes, it is in fact a short sword luck blade with 3 wishes.
Yeah.
With you in this state of just waking up, I would like you to roll me a D100.
Oh my. What are we getting into here? 72.
72. The feeling that wakes you up is from the plushie, and very similar to your own dreams, you just feel like a pulse of energy from that plushie just go boom. And that's it.
All right, and this was just a weird dream as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, except for you have this magical blade in your hand and this plushie, and off to the side on an end table, a night table, you see a wineskin there that was not there before.
So just for this, because she would, V is going to kind of like look over at the wineskin and look at the plushie and everything, and just kind of be like, all right. And then she's gonna go to the wineskin and kind of like sniff it and put a little on her hand and kind of like is this poison? What is this? Just sort of investigate it a little bit and be like, okay, it's wine, I guess.
Yes. You did you do like a little dab on your tongue? Is that what you did?
Like this, and like kind of like she would with poisons, you know, like testing them and seeing what they are and just like trying to figure out what it is.
And only you can describe this, but just for that little dab, that little taste that you took, name me a taste that would be comforting, that would be thought-provoking, that might instill, and I'm well aware of V, but what could possibly instill a happy memory, or what could trigger a happy memory for her? What does it taste like?
So it's not that V hasn't been happy since she was little, and this is weird feeling because she hasn't been this happy literally since she was little. She's never been happy. Like V, her entire personality, her entire being is built from guilt and grief. So she doesn't feel like she's ever felt. And although on most days she would absolutely hate it, today the happiest memory that she tastes is when she was about 13 and her and a couple of other girls in the temple stole some wine that was meant for like a sacrament, and they just took it somewhere and drank it all and got super drunk.
It tastes like that wine.
She kind of laughs. I swear to God, looking at the gifts, her first thought is that they're from Hector. That's the most logical thing, because like she wakes up with gifts and she's like, all right, this isn't poison, so it's not here to kill me, and nobody else would. She's just her first thought. And she has no idea why she feels this way today, but
Sure.
she doesn't know what this is, but
she doesn't know what this warm,
and
bubbly feeling in her stomach is.
What is this?
she doesn't, like, she's so out of it, but like she's just gonna be happy because like it's magical, so she can't not in a way, but like she wouldn't even think to question it because of. So yeah, she just kind of wakes up and kind of giggles and thinks about that. And then on most mornings when the mere thought of her childhood would make her retch, she giggles to herself and kind of laughs about it for a moment. And then she will go to the dressing table, and instead of like doing the full beat that she would normally do to kind of battle dress herself for the day, she just swipes some of the eyeliner on and pulls her hair back into a ponytail. And just instead of sitting there and doing her like 30-minute long ritual of battle dress, she's just gonna kind of toss her hair up and throw on some eyeliner.
Mm-hmm.
And her Omnidress, I'm not attuned to it anymore, so it doesn't have the effect. So, I mean, I suppose when it's just a normal dress, it's like a very fancy average dress because Belden had it made, the dwarves made it, so it's just like a pewtery gray velvet, like blackish pewtery gray velvet, so it almost looks like metal, but it's velvet, and it's just like a very like round cut like bodice, very plain skirt. Kind of has like those big puffed sleeves, kind of like that medieval style with the like strips going up it with the like pauldron almost symbol of Belden's house in there. And then like it tightens back up on the sleeve. So it's like the big puffy with the strips and then the tight sleeves.
Yeah.
And then it's got the buttons that have his house symbol on them too. So she's just in this like very dressy but very casual just dress. And she's gonna put the sword on her hip and just sort of, she's gonna kind of just leave her room and go find the friends. And as she goes, she's just in this weird mood she's never been in. She's like singing.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of.
Oh my god.
She's literally like, she just kind of can't help it. She's just kind of walking and she kind of just like starts, she just kind of is singing a tune that she hasn't really thought about in a long time, but just one that comes to mind. It's sort of just natural, and she's just kind of bouncing around.
Roll me an animal handling check.
Oh my god, I was about to say, I wonder if birds going to flock to her.
Oh no, that's not going to happen.
Oh.
That's an animal handling?
Yep.
Oh, I have a +3 to that. And that's an 18 on the die.
21?
No, it's an 18.
Oh, 18 total?
That's a 20.
No, it's a beautiful day. There are island birds about, and you do notice that as you kind of are singing, you do hear up in the trees somewhere, one is kind of singing back to you.
Draco approves.
She just doesn't know why, but she's just kind of walking along. She'll kind of run her hands down like a flower bush, just sort of like kind of, she's not skipping by any means. It's just sort of like, there's a little lightness to her step, but she's just like,
yeah, not full blown Disney princess moment for you, but it is it is a like a Island of Paradise bird that is kind of not mocking but trying to communicate back and singing back to you. You can't see it anywhere, but that's a pretty happy moment when it comes to V. So,
the night is cold and I'll be perished. She's just singing and walking down looking for the group.
And it doesn't take long because you all kind of convene around the same area. It's not too far away from outside of where all of the rooms were, and you all meet up. Party?
When she sees you guys, V comes up the path just sort of singing to herself. And when she sees you guys, she's just like, good morning. I couldn't tell you why, but it is just such a good morning for some strange reason. She gives Corrales like a big hug. Hello.
Maybe
Morning.
the island is doing its job. I also feel a lot chipper than normal.
Possibly. Couldn't tell you. It's just such a strange morning.
Torn without skipping a beat, picks V up and hugs her. Good morning, you
she
too.
kind of just like pats you, like she's not like awkwardly doing it, but she's just like, all right, and gives you a hug too.
I feel wonderful. Anyone else have like a fun dream?
Fun?
I don't know about that.
I wouldn't describe it as fun, but it was.
I don't stare at Hector, but I kind of shoot a few glances this way. I'm like, no, but there's something of the like, but I don't know. I woke up with, and never mind. Like I said, strange morning.
Yeah. Strange morning.
Or
So-
strange night.
Can I do an investigation or an insight to try to, like, even though like I'm not dealing with my personal traumas right now, I'm still very attentive, and this is a fundamental like diametric shift in the behaviors I've seen from these two people specifically.
Mm-hmm.
There's something I can roll to kind of like start adding some things together.
I'm trying to think of what this would be.
Investigation insight is the best I can come up with.
It.
I don't know.
I.
Arcana?
I'm going to say it's weird because I would classify this somewhere between medicine and arcana. I'll let you choose between the two. Arcana or medicine.
Medicine or arcana? Well,
isolation is their
Listening to something die outside of your window all night long and
Yep.
pretending it isn't happening is isolation and cruelty.
well, had their own empire where Thrandia sits now. Eons ago, humans and other races migrated, colonized, and wars upon generations were fought until my people were driven from this plane and left and created their own home and their own city in the Feywild, and pretty much said that all of the wrongs done in the past were reason enough to ignore anything that happened to Thrandia from that point on. That's not me defending it. That's me simply saying that's how things were, and apparently how they are.
So they are children with a lifespan of millennia. And
We're all children. Basilisk, was it? We're all children. None of us are any better than anyone else. Maybe a few of us, but end of the day, I don't know. What do you want, Hector? Maybe it's time you just think about that instead.
Damn, that's deep. That's pretty deep, V.
Hmm?
Huh, that was deep.
In a space today, sorry. Wasn't trying to be.
I want to stay here. I feel like I can do
In
more.
the island? At the island? You want to stay at the island?
Well, staying here wouldn't be the worst life, but I actually meant with you guys and specifically in Thrandia. And it's no secret, I never wanted a crown on my head, but if I can do a decent enough job until we find someone better, that's maybe the best I can do, and maybe I can help some people and help heal a little.
What if we never find anyone better? Have you thought about that?
Then someone who is forced to wear the crown is the best.
He said he's going to live to be like 1,000, so that's
sort of my point. If you end up being the best option, I mean, sounds like
you do not want in our education. It is those who crave the power of a crown who would abuse it. It's those who fear and loathe the responsibility that a crown represents. The weight of a people on one's brow can break the neck of even the strongest, and it is better that someone slave every day to uphold that crown than it is for someone to reach out to seize it. The best person to be king is one who never wanted to be, because all other paths lead to tyrants.
Well, maybe long term we can look at maybe establishing maybe a council in Bryan instead of a monarchy. it seems to me that they're very adamant that I fill this role for the time being. I don't mind going back home on a temporary visiting basis. I don't want to stay there. And I think that maybe, I don't know, maybe that's something that's later. Maybe that's problems for future us.
Do you trust the council?
Not as far as I can throw them, but if Hector's made up his mind, I'll think it's our place to do our best to make sure that we can.
I trust a few of them.
The only reason I ask the question is you would be the most convenient scapegoat, a pretender to the throne, if the attempt to create an independent place is taken seriously by the king.
That's nail on the head, actually. We are essentially putting Hector in the most danger anybody possibly could be in, setting him at the forefront and being the target of literally every single faction that could possibly want Brian for themselves or to stop us from creating a free one. And I don't know what's going to stop Steris from just marching his way, or Pyrrhus from just marching his way down here and destroying us, but...
Well, I have some thoughts on that. Draco, Torin, Basilis, V. I might need all of your help with that.
Ooh,
but
I'd love to help.
I think that this city-state could work, but I think we need to broaden our scope of what it is, and more importantly, who's a part of it.
We need allies that can both provide and protect us from Pyrrhus if he decided to come down.
Well, and you see, I'm not even to make you roll because it's fairly obvious in this moment. You see, for the first time regarding anything like this subject, you see an energy about him. And he says, well, listen, if we look at all of you and we look at the friends and the allies that we have made, Draco's people, Torin.
Whoa, let me stop you there, Hector. don't count on my people. Like I was saying, they're petty.
But Draco, haven't you said yourself that you and your people were looking for their own home, looking for their own land?
Yeah, we found it.
Yeah. What if we joined that with the land owned by Brian and some of the neighboring cities? If we could expand the scope of this, and we could, it would
have to fight a giant dragon.
Geographically, what's between Brian and where Draco's people are trying to settle? Is that all area that we could potentially...
A few smaller cities and a huge marsh that you guys have traipsed up and down.
There it is. There it was.
That's possible.
And he said,
I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm just letting you know that the people that are in charge right now, their only concern is them. The fact that I'm here with you all, that I had to fight for that. I'm just saying, I'm not saying we can't try or that it's a definite no. I'm just saying my people should be like a plan C.
Is there some sort of tension between your people and Brian, or?
Oh, it's Thrandia. They absolutely.
Thrandia.
Quite a bit.
So, what is if your people are aware of a problem, would not a guarantee of not only safety but of flourishing and society, if that's what they desire, be worth the attempt?
Especially if we consider that we make it known to the leaders of your clans that I don't intend on ruling a monarchy for my entire life. If we can establish a future plan for a council of this city-state and we guarantee the druids a spot on that council, is that not a better position than anything that they've had up to this point?
You know what might sell it better for the druids, Draco, is if we make sure that before we go to the druids, this is a viable option, by which I mean we need to make sure that this little collection of cities, a marsh and a wasteland, can stand on its own with trade and economy and whatever else goes into building a city-state. But we do have, we could get trade routes established with the dwarves, then we would have trade allies that would be independent of the rest of Thurandia.
I haven't forgotten about that. Yeah.
This might also be a good time to mention, I don't know why I'm feeling so forthright about it, but it might be a good time to mention that I sort of offered up my services as a spy for the Draconic Empire against Thurandia. And I've been doing that for a while. That could be useful.
I second that. That sounds quite useful.
That's really cool.
Yeah. But like I said, I'm fine with talking to him, but
Is Hector staring at me?
like Hector,
Yeah.
like Hector said, like once you start living a long life, they're just so stuck in their fucking ways.
Do your people live a long time as well, like the elves?
Not to the extent of elves, but more so than normal humans.
Do you breed regularly?
Yeah, it's just
Do you
after.
fuck, bro?
Yes, I fuck. Fuck
You're
all
a
the time.
You're a
Has-
fucking virgin turning into a horse.
I mean, Draco's
You got no
married.
bitches.
I don't know
You're a
how
horse
much
with no
there
bitches.
is.
Bitches love horses, and you got none.
Basilisk,
I
you
feel
can't
like-
just ask if people.
You can't just ask if people fuck, bro. It's not something you just say on
It's just
the
not something you do.
Breeding and fucking are two different things, especially depending on the position.
Depends on what part of the internet you're on. Anyways, V is
But,
literally going to make the point that and V is not using her like fake strategy, putting on a political show voice. She effectively is the closest to drunk anyone but Hector's ever seen. And she will say that if we could establish both protection from the Draconic Empire and trade routes with the dwarves, and then go to the druids and say, this is a real thing, we're backed. Because here's the problem, Hector. Putting all of Pyrrhus' enemies in one place is a pretty good come murder us sign. I feel like that would do nothing but spark war, but if it was economically viable and kept the 5 minutes to midnight feeling of the Draconic Empire and that tight balance of not wanting to go to war, maybe it would be enough to ward him off from attacking us. If we were this potential kingdom was a buffer zone between Thurandia and the Draconic Empire, then it would serve both countries to not mess with us, because we would essentially be the canary in the coal mine, to whatever the D&D equivalent of the DMZ is.
And we should be as wolves, not dragons.
I'm sorry, poetry's not my strong suit.
But I am a dragonborn.
That's a
I
lie.
feel
Poetry
like
is my
that's a
strong suit,
lie.
but what do you mean?
I got a question actually. And forgive me if I missed something, but a lot of stuff is going on. But who was the other people at the party? The ones that had the magical weapons floating around?
You mean the Brotherhood?
The cult?
What was the Brotherhood?
Wasn't it two cults?
Well, all right. That were all right.
Like Draco was bringing up the other cult because I
No.
feel like there was another cult, right? Or am I tripping?
Yeah, as of the moment you're tripping.
Okay, cool.
There was one cult that
Edit
one
it
cult
out.
that
Edit it out. We
Yeah.
cut this.
No,
Cut
no,
it.
we're
Until further
good.
notice.
Until I say otherwise, there's one cult.
I feel like the
Okay.
cult of the 3 chain links and the cult of the 4 chain links are Gonna
He
get
might
into
be,
it real
he-
bad.
Just
I
saying.
think you might be thinking of the assassins, Draco.
Yeah,
Assassins
there was the
probably
Assassin's
aren't a
Guild.
cult.
I
Okay,
think you're
okay,
thinking about the
okay.
Assassin's Guild.
That might be it. Don't worry. Just cut all this. Just cut. Let's go to break.
Oh no,
We're live, pal.
Oh yeah, we're live.
Just replace me with Cuba Gooding Jr. from Men of Honor. Just replace me with that whole scene.
No, if we're gonna replace you, we're gonna replace you with Don Cheadle and act like nothing happened. Anyway,
throwing shade at the mouse.
You
Men have
leave
died
Terrence
for
Howard
less.
alone. You leave Terrence Howard alone.
we did for the past 10 years. Maine.
It's like what happened. It's
It
like
wasn't
Fresh
his
Prince. They
fault.
replaced Aunt Viv, and nobody said nothing.
Next time, baby. Last scene.
Anyway, okay.
Anyway, back
so-
on track.
To answer your question, wolves hunt very large creatures that wolves cannot kill. They hunt in packs, and they do so by attacking from all angles, harrying over and over. No matter how powerful the creature, enough targeted attacks can make anything prey.
At that analogy, Draco's going to wild shape into a wolf.
Okay, sitting at the table, sitting in a chair like people, is now a full-blown wolf.
And the dragon part of the analogy.
Dragons live in hordes. They live in caverns and lairs. They do not leave. But when they do, they come with great fury. But when they do, they leave their horde bare. If you wish to attempt this, you don't put all of the king's enemies in one place. You make him wage war on 4 fronts. You attack him economically, you attack him logistically, and you attack him on 2 physical fronts, or engender the threat of such
I don't think
things.
we have any chance of attacking at all. Pyrus is a maniac, an asshole, and
That's
he
not
has
the-
a lot of power behind him.
The point is
I
not
think
to attack. Okay, here's, for example, and Basilisk will use primal savagery, and he will you will watch as his horns kind of shift a little bit, get a little bit more jagged, and his teeth turn into massive predatory fangs, and he'll just kind of roar down at Draco in his wolf form. And you watch as acid is just drooling out of his mouth.
Draco in response just howls like he like, you know how dogs pounce
The way they get
ready to
surprised.
pounce?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the hair is the
Like,
first.
yowl.
Okay.
Yeah, like his fur standing up on him, and his tail is like bent low, like.
And then the effect will end, and he'll say, "It is not the attack that causes fear and tension. It is the threat of one. It is the risk of one." To quote stories told in my home, for lack of a better word, a man will believe a lie for one of 2 reasons. Either he wants it to be true, or he is afraid that it is true. So if you leverage your connections with the Draconic Empire to imply that they will swoop in and attack, he has to take that into consideration and split his forces. If you can use these druids, these people, to imply that they could rise up and be any animals anywhere and seize information or disrupt supply lines, he's hesitant to wage war. If you make peace with these other cities and these other areas, and if you were to be so bold as to make peace with my people and leverage that risk against the throne, there would be a great reason for the king to simply stay in his castle and amass his wealth and his troops and never actually march down upon your city.
What I'm saying is the only hope we have of doing that, in my opinion, we will never have enough. We might, but then we just have a war, and that's not useful to any of us. We will never have enough physical force to keep Pyrrhus from attacking, and he is a madman. He hates the druids and he hates the Draconic Empire. So putting all of them and then potentially literal monsters in the mix is just going to be a big provocation.
Are you not
And
an assassin?
will come and fight. So,
But he hasn't come and fought anyway. The town's been taken over for 2 weeks by a giant
doesn't
evil
know that or
cold
care.
monster.
no one
That's
cares
besides
about
the
Brian, Torin.
It-
Torin. Brian is a tiny little pissant town in the middle of nowhere. Nobody cares about Brian. And even if he did care about Brian, he'd be willing to let it go as long as it doesn't march on the capital or any of the milestone cities. All he cares about is the milestones. But if we put all of his most hated enemies in one place, I have full confidence that he will come out. But if we have enough ties with the Draconic Empire to play, I want to use a Cold War analogy, but there's no D&D equivalent to that. Effectively, if we use the threat of war with the Draconic Empire to our advantage, that's our best hope here. And then we can hope that cooler heads prevail in Thurandia, and that can be later's problem. But the best shot we have is establish trade routes with the dwarves to make sure that we can survive, first of all. And then second of all, use the Draconic Empire as a sort of umbrella / guard dog to keep Pyrrhus from doing what he does best, which is hate people and make stupid decisions.
I disagree on only one point.
Mm-hmm.
The best course of action, in my limited opinion as it is, would be to act as if you are amassing a war for independence and simply assassinate the king.
Oh, that's on the table. I would love to assassinate Pyrrhus. But
that seems far more efficient. If you cannot kill the dragon and every kobold in the mine, you simply kill the dragon.
The problem is the devil we know. He might be a on the edge man, but he's a fool. And he's a fool that's predictable enough. So chopping the head off the snake isn't a great idea if you don't know what the rest of the snake is going to do. Until such a time that we have more intelligence on the situation, which it might be worth paying the milestones a visit.
Also, Pyrrhus isn't sitting on the city. An undead army is. And that's the first problem.
And
now,
it's just a matter of fire and force.
Draco turns
Correct.
back into human and like, yeah, y'all never explained the undead army thing to me.
The Brotherhood.
Huh. Oh, okay.
They're also, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this before, but they're also buying back droves of thralls in order to turn them into worshippers in order to grant this Varaxis more power. Apparently this time it looks like a giant undead cyclops. And the more forced worshippers, the more powerful he gets. They're effectively trying to blunt force a god machine.
And
I don't know much about divinity, but that's the impression I got while I was there.
I don't want to add more fuel to the fire, but there is the fact that Calliope is back and walking.
We have enough to worry about right now. That can be later's problem.
Yeah, maybe, but it could be potentially hazardous for the
It is potentially
druids.
hazardous, but what can we do about it right now? And what threat does it really pose to what we're trying to do? Personally, I think we need to do one of two things. We need to take back Brian, but we can't do that yet. We need allies to do that. So to make those allies, we need to do a few things. We need to get the Draconic Empire, I think the dwarves, and anybody else we can on our side for physical forces. I personally think the best way to handle Brian, if we were just trying to get the city back, is literally manipulate Pyrrhus. Say that a bunch of druids and a bunch of Draconic Empire spies are going into Brine and that now they've claimed the city for themselves, and then he will march out and destroy the Brotherhood for us. But then we just have to get the city back from Pyrrhus, and that doesn't really change our situation. It just changes who we have to take the city back from, so.
Manipulating a madman.
Oh, honey, I do it all the time. It's practically my job description.
I don't know if I'm speaking as your DM or as Hector, but you can try.
You can certainly try.
Certainly try.
No.
The answer is yes.
That is V's pitch. That is Olive's pitch as V. Honestly, I think we could manipulate the situation to get Pirates to take care of the Brotherhood for us, or we can do it the beat the pavement route, get as many allies as we can, and try to take Brian back.
From a militaristic standpoint, once he's established supply lines to get his army to Brian, disrupting those supply lines would be infinitely harder than just disrupting on its way. So while I, like, narratively speaking and tactically speaking, I 100% understand and support the idea in theory, I think if the goal is in fact a free city of Brian, which if that's not the goal, then it's fine. But if the goal is in fact a free city of Brian, then the best way would be to take it back, solve this problem, be proclaimed heroes of the area, amass power in the area to a point where it's just enough where it's right below where the king notices and tries to put it down. And once it reaches that point, time the coming to a head moment of like revealing the existence or the declaration of the free city of Brian in such a way that it coincides with either Calliope attempting to take back the throne from Pyrrhus, or by leveraging the existence of Calliope and making her Pyrrhus's problem, he has to throw bodies at that until that becomes a stalemate between the two.
Yeah, this no longer sounds like a free city of Brian. It sounds like we're establishing a whole new kingdom. So if that's our goal,
it would be a city-state. There's really no difference between the two.
Once we do that, though, let's not forget there are thousands of people in Brian right now, both from Brian and not. The slavers have been selling thralls back to the Brotherhood for months now, and when I was there, they were pretty numerous. And let's not forget that if we do take, when and if we do take back Brian, if we don't die in the process, there will be a lot of grateful people that probably won't be too happy with the fact that Pyrrhus left him out to dry.
There it is.
So I'm not saying we won't have support. I'm just saying the threat is going to be Pyrrhus is not going to like a new kingdom full of his enemies all amassing together. But if we have established trade routes from the dwarves, and we have manpower from ourselves and our allies, and we have protection from the Draconic Empire, we might have an idea here.
Disinformation campaign.
I agree.
Also,
yes,
I believe we're overlooking a valuable resource. Many a kingdom was founded on piracy. And
that was one of those four.
I like this idea.
Fronts.
I believe that Brian, from what little I understood of the city, it was thriving off of trade through its harbors.
Yeah.
I want to have a conversation with the governor of Sandbar again.
Oh, you know who else makes a lot of calls on Sandbar? Delilah was her name? There's the woman who handles all of the... It was the governor, or it was the other one. It's in my notes somewhere.
I'm trying to remember the one that you're mentioning.
Yeah, I think it was Delilah.
Hey there, Delilah.
Maybe. I could be wrong. I'll check my notes later. But there's multiple power structures on Sandbar, and I think...
And that one doesn't ring a bell, which doesn't mean that she doesn't exist. Just means that in this moment, I can't remember her
name. That might not be her name, but I asked about any brothels or madams on Sandbar, and Taven pretty much told me that it's the governor, or it's the one that handles all of the brothel traffic, let's call it. And
oh yeah. We can. Yes.
So basically, V is basically kind of dropping. It's like, there's multiple powers on Sandbar that could be very useful.
Yeah.
And
also,
if what I found at Mina's desk is to be believed, she did do some business with this woman. She purchased several courtesans from her. So if I play my cards right, maybe that's an in. If I'm an old friend of Philomena's.
Does anyone happen to know how much of Thrandia's trade is based on the sea?
Quite a lot. Actually, V wouldn't know jack shit. V slept through all of her classes. She doesn't know.
I know a crusty old pirate who knows everything about the sea.
I know a crusty old bartender who is also pretty tied into both that and the Draconic Empire. So we might have a fledgling plan here, but we have to pick our first step after Sandbar.
Also, would it not behoove us if we're going to take back Brian to do so with a fleet on our side?
I agree.
We're going to be making a lot of promises to a lot of people. So it might be worth asking the remaining council what we are allowed to promise. I don't know if you guys recall, I'm a bit of a talker, so I could probably get us some decent allies in trade.
And the other thing, to make those promises, we're going to need some collateral. We're going to need more gold, for lack
So
of better
any
terms.
Dwarven gold, pirate ships, druidic scouts, and disruptors.
What was the one before Disruptors?
Druid
Scouts.
You know who might also be willing to make a pretty sizable investment is the Draconic Empire if we can convince them that we're legit. France gave the U.S. a lot of money in the
Mercenaries.
Civil War.
Because they hated the English, yes.
Yeah, France gave the
Mercenaries.
U.S. a lot of money in the Civil War because they hated the English so much. I'm just saying we might be able to get a sizable loan from the Draconic Empire if we can convince them that we're for real, can pull this off, and hate pirates.
Is there a kingdom
And if we're
in
willing
this
to be their
area
number
that does
one
mercenaries?
ally, plenty.
Well,
So sounds like we need to get stronger, we need to get richer, and we need to get.
I'm sorry, why do I have to be stronger?
I mean, it sounds like we're going to be in some of this, right?
Oh, I heard V. I thought you
No,
said me
no,
specifically.
no.
How
we-
much gold do you wager is in a dragon's horde?
Big cow man beat me to it.
Ugh.
Torn starts
I think we'd have
trying
better.
to.
I think we'd have better luck getting
Enough for a down payment?
I think we'd have better luck getting a loan from the Draconic Empire, honestly.
That will not to put
Unless
too
you
fine a
think
point
that
on the
killing the
pun.
dragon is enough to get the druids on our side.
Pancake stacks to a normal size now. You finally see Taruk go, why not both?
About to say, I know a dragon that probably has a horde by now.
I'm not too interested in fighting a dragon. I think I'd much rather take on the entirety of the political machine of Thurandia. But I'm not interested.
And I'd much rather be home, not dealing with a bunch of sociopaths that kill each other for fun. But we don't get what we want.
Ooh,
Excuse you.
ooh, feisty.
Never killed anybody for fun.
Feisty Basilisk.
I kill people for money, not fun.
Corrales, don't we know a dragon that owes us a favor?
Oh, we sure do. We'd have to find him, though. And they've only had about, keep in mind, IRL, in-game, they've only had about 6 months to amass a horde, but might be a decent horde by now.
That's so meta, but I have the fucking perfect solution for that, but I'm not gonna say it because that's
Although, do you
Because
think...
Basilisk wasn't there.
no, it's not even that. It's just because it's playing how dragons work against how dragons work, and that's just a degree too far even for me.
Okay.
Do you think that killing the dragon is going to be enough to get the druids on our side? Because I feel like we need some stuff established before we go to the druids, because they're just going to see a bunch of spunky people who think they can run a new country.
If you
And
brought
they
the head of
would
the
very-
enemy to their doorstep, they would most likely be inclined to, if nothing else, debt of honor. Well, okay, we'll help you out with one little thing. All I need you to do is talk to the other druids.
One, like, you have to understand that if we were to get that done, because technically Lilith father is the head of the Druidic Council.
So there.
He's the-
Wait a minute.
He's
Isn't
the
that your
one.
Father-in-law?
Yes.
Oh yeah, didn't I save her life?
Yes.
Well, we did, but
Are these
Yes.
people important?
stronger of a hand in it.
Yes.
Then why is this not an avenue we're already pursuing?
I've been trying to say that, but I kept being told that there's other more important things than killing a dragon.
Well, there's not anymore.
So
But-
we're
That's,
killing a
well, that's
dragon.
what I was. Well, it sounds like you just weren't listening, because that's what I was just asking
Wait,
multiple times.
I mean, I
Here's
don't
the dragon.
mind us having these powwow sessions, but are you saying that all our problems are fixed if we kill a dragon? So let's kill a dragon.
No,
don't
not
think,
all of
I
our
don't think
problems.
all our problems, but
But enough to do it.
It'll give us a start.
However, the only thing stopping the druids from retreating into the ice tundra and living there in peace and harmony forever amongst the ice tundra is this dragon. So if we get rid of the dragon, I'm saying they're a captive audience until the dragon is gone.
Do
we
druids
might
eat
have
ice?
more leverage. Because once the dragon is gone, they have absolutely no incentive to help us, other than the fact that we just cleared out their new homeland for them.
Do they
So we need to
like
have
to
a
live
That's
there?
enough of a favor.
I mean,
do they like it there?
The druid, first of all, don't worry about that because druids, we can survive on any environment, ice or no ice. And if I'm not, it's a way in. Like, they would be more willing to talk and listen to outsiders if we do this first versus going and trying to talk to them before we get that done.
I'm saying that what we should do is, obviously we're going to handle Sandbar first. So while we're on Sandbar, we should make contact with the Draconic Empire and see how much interest there might be in backing this new city-state and protecting us to some degree, being a buffer. And if that's a go, or if there's at least interest, and we get the pirates involved, now we have two very strong reasons why the druid should take this seriously. Because if all we have is, hey, you guys should help us with this and we're going to kill your dragon for you, that's a big attention getter, but it doesn't prove that we've put any actual realistic work into making a new kingdom for them. So if we can lock down a few sweeteners ahead of time, then we go say, also we'll kill your dragon so you have a place to kick it until we go in for the kill and actually take back Brine. It might give us more credibility. And then we, as outsiders, solve their dragon problem. If we don't die, then they are willing to listen to us because we just helped them out. Again, besides saving the chieftain's daughter, which we already did.
Yeah, it's...
I'm saying we want to probably bring a little bit more to the table than just we'll kill your dragon. We need some realistic markers that we can actually make this city-state happen. And for that, we need a political ally and we need a trade ally.
Which was why I was asking whether or not they wanted to live in that area. If they're escaping to a place where they can be not killed on sight, that's not the same thing as I love it here. And if we can offer them I love it here versus, well, at least I'm not getting tortured to death, they're probably going to be inclined to jump at that opportunity if we can show that we have enough power to make sure that that offer stands.
And that's my point. And the thing too, though, I will say is that I feel like at this point, the druids look, I'm Thrandian and we're terrible. We're really awful. We're very terrible. We've been hunting them for generations, not me personally, obviously, but I've been pretty apathetic towards the situation. We're awful. And if they can be as far away from us as possible, they might take that option out of spite to be as far away from Thrandia as possible. So I'm just saying that they might actually choose the frozen tundra over anywhere near Thrandia unless we can make it a viable option that they will be safe there. And flip a middle finger to Pyrus if we can do it.
They didn't go into details, but the council also brought a couple options, or at least they mentioned a few options as far as gaining wealth and or a means to fund to start an economy, because that's basically what we're talking about. So the council did have options on where to begin with that as well. So if we're concerned with getting stronger before facing a dragon, or if we're talking about accruing more wealth, it seemed like there were options that once we got to Sandbar and had that meeting with them that might be revealed to us there.
Sounds like we're volunteering ourselves to be their, I don't know, primary fighting force for whatever they need, and we'll amass allies in the process.
Diplomacy through power. We offer peace and stability through the power of the representatives we send.
I mean, did anyone see what
is
Hector did during the fight with Mina? That's a lot of power.
Sure was.
But more specifically, it's...
It really feels like something should bother her, but she just kind of shakes it off, blinks a few times.
More specifically, if we are sending
V, roll perception check. Continue, Basilis.
if we are who are dispatched, and we
25.
are Jesus, nice.
Hector blatantly avoided contact with you during that exchange. Continue.
Like eye contact.
Yeah, like he was literally listening to you talk, and when you mentioned what happened, he immediately, his eyes darted away.
Hmm.
Pretty much the second Torin mentioned it, his eyes went down. Continue.
So if we are going to do this, set up an economy, everything is going to require us to have a diplomatic envoy that can go to each of these places. They would have to be personable enough, experienced enough, and clever enough to make the case. They would have to be powerful enough to do whatever was asked of them as a show of good faith, and they would have to be trustworthy enough where they wouldn't betray the cause.
Well, Corrales is clever and I'm pretty persuasive. The rest of you are pretty enough.
I'm really persuasive.
What about your people, Basilisk? How could they fit in to
When
any
you
of
say
this?
your people, do you mean more Minotaurs or who are you exactly?
Hey, Joe, we finally got around to it.
High. V is high.
No, he is drunk.
V
Yeah.
is
Different.
traumatized and high. Okay.
She's drunk on happy.
Okay.
So
He's a
happy.
different person right now. Okay.
Joe pulls out his notes.
All
Suppose
right.
we've circled right around to that, haven't we? Who are you?
Someone who could be ally and friend, or a missed opportunity that could cost you everything that you want to see done. I don't
Alright.
say that as a matter of ego or narcissism. I say that as a representative of a group of people that for a very long time has been treated as monsters, fodder, and trophy hunting
Your druids too?
marks. No, because druids can at least pretend to be like the rest of these people. No,
I already said Randians were terrible. Trust me, I know.
that's, while accurate, is beside the point.
Oh.
Those that you would call monsters and beasts, those that you would say are outside of civilization, those are my people. My job is to ensure that what happened last time, you decided to install a sociopath, a madman, and a genocidal monster on a throne, doesn't happen again.
Are you sure we're not related? Because
Choose is a strong word. I was shut up in a temple most of the time, and actually I think it predates me. I don't pay much attention to history. But anyways,
I don't
I
think.
don't.
It's about over 500 years before you, V.
I don't think
How
Hector's
long
a-
do you live?
I don't think Hector's a
as of
madman
right
or a
now?
sociopath.
Wait, what?
what is
we're
this
saying we're
even
doing it
called?
white this time. So, in your whole night of knowing him, do you think Hector is the kind of leader that you and your people would want to get behind? Hmm.
Regent Hector Oness.
The
Hero of
long and
legend.
short of it is I was asked to sit at the table. I've been treated by him with respect, and he has, by all appearances, done nothing but fret over being insufficient and failing to be what people need him to be. That is a sign of someone who is at least trustworthy enough and good enough of a person that they will actively try to do what is right and what is good, which is more than can be said for the majority of people.
Fair. So then, by that logic, Mina, did she count as one of your people?
Yes.
Ah.
So
So
does Corrales. So does Torin.
Oh, everybody but me. I understand. It's fine. I get it.
Me too. I mean, kind of. I guess I don't know.
It's
Don't know how to take that, V.
the
You're all
delineations are
misfits.
hard. Right?
You're all misfits.
But that's
All right.
actually a good question, Tim. Would I know? Because it would still be some druids around that like know of Hector, correct?
You don't even need to roll for that. Yes.
Like how would Draco know how some of them would feel about Hector being?
Oh, do you voice this?
No. This is
You're
just
asking me, the
Yeah.
DM. Okay.
because Joe did just bring up a good point with that question. And I was like, you know what? They are some people that know that were around when Hector.
Roll. I'm going to say for this, I'm going to tell you the DC's high. Roll insight.
Can I guide myself?
Can I
Where's a bard when we need one?
Here's a question. Would I know that in this moment that we are all like really fucking racking our brains to try to figure out something and could use a little bit of help?
That's still insight, I guess.
You're trying to find out if you can tell that Draco is trying to think about the
I'm just trying to in Basilis's current mental state, is he cognizant enough of the severity of this or the importance of this to bless people? That's kind of what my thought process is, but it's fine.
Okay. No, I like this, and I'm going, because I was going to try something. I'm going to give you advantage on this insight roll, because Hector was about to try something. So I'm going to give you advantage.
Okay.
You got this. We believe in you.
Let's go.
Between Basilis and Hector, yeah.
Okay, that's a 26 on the first roll.
Shit.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Oh. The second roll isn't as good.
Okay. 26.
Wisdom gang in the house.
Hey man, wisdom casters, baby.
What that be like?
Okay.
Charisma.
Okay. Draco, it's not that you were ever privy to the council's deliberations, but you know the temperature of your people, and you know that Hector's name had been mentioned, and not always in a favorable light. It was usually with the tone of, some looked at it as making a deal with this person was the worst mistake your people ever made because it made you a target.
Okay. Oh.
Not all of your people believe that, but there's a large group that
There's
do.
a majority.
I didn't use that word.
Oh, okay.
I just said that there's a strong belief amongst your people that you wonder, maybe even hearkening back to when Hector was explaining about his people holding grudges, you wonder that kind of triggers something with you and the Druid clans, and you're like, I wonder how many of my people still hold that grudge. That thought comes across you during all of this conversation. Sorry.
When we were deliberately on the topic of the druids, since Draco brought it up, can I insight Hector while he's...
Yeah, go ahead.
Whoops, I'm scrolling over here.
I kind of just had a thought, actually.
19.
What was it? I'm sorry.
19.
You noticed the energy in the conversation changed when Hector mentioned his plan for the druids. It might be an eagerness to try to fix mistakes on his part. That's kind of what you're kind of picking up out of that.
Okay, so we can't feel grief or guilt while we're like this. But can we still feel like sympathy. Like, that's not sadness.
Yeah, sympathy is definitely something you can feel when you're happy.
Seeing Hector's face, and again, being in a magically induced state where I can't feel any guilt over anything I've done in the last 24 hours, she picks up on Hector and she just sort of like, wherever I'm sitting in relation to him, kind of tries to give him like a reassuring like squeeze, like on his hand or his arm or something. Just seeing that he's sort of, she's being sympathetic about something, and sort of gives him like a kind of subtle.
He notices he almost makes eye contact with you and just kind of nods. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, as far as the druids are concerned, that maybe we need to come to the table with a little bit of competence on our part. Maybe we need to prove that this is legitimate.
Which is why I think we should focus on the Draconic Empire. On Sandbar, I think I can make contact. I don't know if
Sandbar is definitely the first move. This meeting with the council is definitely, I mean, we need to mention everything that we're talking about here or there.
Problem. And I'm not trying to be difficult, but one of the most deep-rooted and connected and trustworthy members of that council just proved to be not so. I'm not saying we can't trust the remaining council. I'm just saying it would be very foolish to. So, maybe.
I think I have something for that.
Uh-huh.
As someone who is not only a diplomat and to a degree someone who is designed and trained to broker deals and contracts, would Basilisk know of ways of creating binding contracts between people? Because above game, I know several. I know a couple that are incredibly powerful, that are effectively perfect, but I don't know that Basilisk would know any of that, and I don't know what your rules are.
Are you basically asking about what Basilisk would know of treaties and alliances on a...
No. I want to know what Basilisk would know about either A, magically binding contracts.
Oh.
Or agreements that are enforced by third parties.
Corrallus.
What do you know about making magical deals?
Soul binding contracts.
Okay, what does Basilisk know of it? Arcana check.
Okay.
I was just thinking we tell them what we want to do, but we don't tell them how we plan on doing it. I'm not telling the council that I effectively signed up to be a
that's
spy.
Gross. That's only a +1. Let's see what I get.
At this point, I'm a murderer and a literal traitor.
What was it, Basilisk?
That's an 8. It's trash.
8? Yeah, not much. Once again, I will say, you know enough of blood pacts. I would say you would know enough of that. Often oaths on a blood pact or a blood seal usually have magical repercussions, but beyond that, nothing that would further illuminate the situation as far as that was concerned.
So blood pacts and blood seals. Is there a third party? Is there like an arbiter force that enforces a blood pact? Or it is
Corrallus, Corrallus, you notice an eye shift from Hector to you.
I mean,
Draco's also interested in this.
I mean, what? It's part of the soul. I mean, it's. who's making the deal, I guess, would be the biggest question.
You want to blood pact the council to us?
Want to blood pack the council to Brian?
All right. I don't know anything
Because-
about anything about this, but it seems.
I'm
If
going.
If you're unsure of the trustworthiness of these people, then
Mhm.
making them sign a legally enforceable contract that that is practically important, where they can't renege on it without severe punishment.
I can't imagine anybody would strap. I want to say a bomb, but that's not the right terminology to use in D&D.
That sounds like a Fae thing.
It really does. Maybe we can make that plan C. All I'm saying is that you three,
That
she
did
points to the druid, Tauren, and the Minotaur. You three are Thurandian enemies #1, and Corrales and I are now officially traitors to the state, just by simply being part of this conversation. So, considering that this council has already been infiltrated, I am not very confident of their trustworthiness. So as we go about this,
Which is the whole point. That was what I was trying to address. And I think Draco figured it out. I think Draco gave us
way
loophole.
to help us. What good?
No. Would Basilisk know basic common sense shit about Fae?
Draco should know too. That's what I was saying.
You also got Hector.
No, I was trying to throw the ball off to Hector since he is in his family.
Yes.
Fae.
What are you trying to do here? Functionally, what's the plan?
I mean, contracts and so like
above game. Okay, so above game at this point, I'm trying to think of a way where where you don't have to be honest, but you just can't stab me in the back. So if you have all these divine machinations for all of this long con shit you're doing for the next 10,000 years, that's fine as long as it doesn't directly negatively impact the city of Brine, the city-state of Brine, the people of Brine. So you're like, 1,000 years from now, I will take over this tiny little island. That's fine. I don't care. That's not important to me. What's important is that these things get done. And there's one of the things that occurred to me was, if Hector's people are in the Feywild, they're in the Feywild, the favors that Fae ask and demand are binding between planes. Hector is a half elf. If he is considered royalty and he is considered of true lineage of Sylvan Fae, then there might be a way, if we hold a meeting or something in that place, a verbal agreement with
You want to
Hector
use Hector
in
like
that
an
place.
archfey.
I want to not use him as an archfey, but just use him as close enough to an archfey where we have to go to court.
I feel.
I'm just trying to think of a way.
This is above game.
Yes.
I feel like that would be 10 times more trouble than it's worth.
That's why I wanted to do the blood pact and the Mechanist oath.
That is like plutonium. Could that do us a very good? Could that be really cool? Sure, but is that going to blow Olive hates Fae in D&D? Okay, Nell hates Fae, B hates Fae, Olive hates Fae. I just don't like fucking with the Fae in these games because it blows up in your face every fucking time. So above board.
Well, V did
I
say
think that
the
is
D&D
a
equivalent to a
radioactive
bomb.
idea. I feel like that could lead to some cool shit, but that also would be like a huge distraction.
That's the definition of risk it for the biscuit. I know.
Like that is the D&D equivalent to a bomb. Is the Fae.
We have 6 days to rig up an archfey deal equivalent of a radioactive fucking Oppenheimer.
I'm just trying to figure out a way to address V's issue with we can't trust them.
So
we could just kill them, and we could just kill them, interrogate them, and resurrect the ones that are honest.
No, the way is that we tell them what our plan. Here's what we do. We go to this council meeting and we say, this is what we can help you with. And when they ask how, we say, fuck off how. If we can pull it off, we come back with success. If we don't, we die. And we're
We
not
give
your
each of them a
problem.
different answer, and then whatever answer gets us ambushed, we know who the traitor is, and we're
I
done.
agree. And that's what I'm saying, where we don't have to rig up an archfey plutonium bomb. We can just do the misinformation idea.
You don't want
and
to make
just-
Hector even more of a completely
No, I don't
caricatured
want
main
to use
character
Hector as
against
a
his
fairy
will?
circle archfey trap. That's a bad idea. No.
What has he done
that's
this
a
whole
very bad
time?
idea.
All I'm gonna add to any of that is that you said that you were looking for a third-party arbitration.
From the Fae.
From anybody. I'll take
Okay,
devils at this
okay.
point. I don't care.
I'm not gonna meta this. All I'm going to say is that what you propose is possible, given Hector's connections and where he came from. It's possible, and it also could function as a neutral site for this kind of arbitration.
It's also a whole.
You would have to. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry.
I was just going to say, you would have to earn that, but it's possible.
I feel like, and this is B talking, I feel like something along those lines, and I do not know anything about this subject, but I do know Sarandia, I do know the council, I do know Brian, and I do know people, and I feel like we could do several things to protect ourselves. And considering how our last meeting with the council went, when one of us, several of us, might have put forward our largest secret and announced to the entire world that Hector was alive, maybe this time we can play it a little closer to the vest. Not that we have anything that important to spill anymore, but like I said, we tell them we can help. If they say how, we tell them doesn't matter how. And we can give everybody a different answer and say, oh, we're going to talk to these people, we're going to these people, we're going to these people, see what happens. There's lots of ways we can play this. Let's just be careful when we're giving out information and agreeing to favors. Obviously, we're going to do everything we can for the council, but we don't know if we can trust all of them. And I know this is filthy rich coming from me right now, but like I said, I have pretty up close and personal understanding of how bad it was to trust one of them, so maybe we should be more careful.
Just stick a couple assassins on each of them and just have them keep an eye.
We could absolutely have a couple babysitting assassins, because she was about to say because Hector is in charge of it, but she stops herself and she goes, because I could probably make some arrangements. So having a little bit of a babysitter for each of the council members might not be a bad idea.
Personal security detail.
Personal security detail.
Get down, Mr. President. Stab.
Now that we've talked you back from the
Make
ledge
sure-
there,
What's
Daphlis,
a president?
Make sure
I'm
they're
glad
not in
to have
cahoots
talked you
with
back from the
anyone
ledge.
shady.
He said that would set a precedent, Draco. Listen.
Gotcha.
We were all on the same side, and then somebody decided to not be on that side anymore, and they've tripped and fell and landed on a knife 17 times. I don't know what you want. Accidents happen.
I think I can take care of a few things. But we need to be
Thank you.
very careful in that meeting in how we decide to offer our services and how much of what we're capable of we actually want to disclose. Because we're also on every single major brotherhood cultist list of public enemies.
That sounds rough.
They are.
I'm
Oh,
glad
simply by association, Basilis, you're now on the list too. Welcome to the party.
I'd love to see them track me all the way home. That would be a very
No, I very much
interesting
agree.
experiment.
I very
The
much
reason I
agree.
ask
Okay.
is, at the end of the day, I am willing to help and I am willing to do everything I can to support this, as long as I am promised and guaranteed the same as the druids, the same as, I suppose, I guess Bashlis wouldn't know about the centaurs and the werewolves and stuff like that, so he'll just say, I suppose I simply want a guarantee and a deal regarding the treatment of me and my people in these lands and in these cities, the same as the druids would get.
Well, and it sounds like you need to stay around and be part of the negotiations.
Can your people handle cold? Because if all this fails, you can come to the mountains with us.
Draco, if all of this fails, none of us will be alive to deal with it.
Exactly.
He's not
Doesn't that
wrong.
sound lovely?
Oh, well then, so does this matter? I mean,
Hmm.
that's a conversation for another day.
So how are we getting back to Sandbar? A very well-dressed Ramsey indicates that he doesn't have a ship anymore.
I've never been to Sandbar, right? So,
Draco? No, you've never
You
been.
can't swim that far, Draco.
Oh, no.
Something. Do I have?
I mean, everyone else is teleporting.
How far
You
away is
ask
Sandbar?
About 5 to 7 days over water, depending.
wait,
Okay.
hold on. Actually, hold on.
If the council doesn't let us hitch a ride back with them, I'd be surprised, but we should probably go secure that transport before anything else.
I can do that. Probably best to stay busy.
Never mind. I would have had to be at Sandbar to do that.
I feel like
recall.
I was thinking transport Viva plants.
and you see as Hector kind of for the first time the whole conversation gets a little awkward. And he goes, well, I'll go talk to the council about that, and I'll see you guys later. And he
Can I
gets
get
up.
this little shop still set up?
So,
I need to do things
Corrales,
before we
you
go.
can't. Can you teleport? Like you have that arcane-ish magic?
Not that far.
No.
Wait, so you can teleport?
How
Yeah.
long has this conversation taken?
I was gonna wait. I was gonna wait, but it's right around this time.
Because V's about to be like, well, I need to go get a few things before we leave, and she's gonna go see if those little shops are still here.
And it's right around this time that the ambrosia nectar wears off.
As I'm leaving, or here at the table.
At the end of this conversation, what I was going to wait was pretty much Hector walks off, and it's almost like right around that time, the ambrosia wine, you all come down.
I suppose
said
what I'm
all of
asking
us?
is, yeah,
Yes.
have I managed to walk away from the table before we all come down, or am I just now?
No, you're all still at the table. And everybody comes down.
Don't light my pipe.
Guys, you know what?
Corrales, you don't feel any different.
V stops breathing and just sort of like when it happens, she sort of was like about to talk and then her breath kind of stops in her throat and she like just doesn't.
Yeah, like does this happen gradually or does everything just hit us
It
with
just
like a ton of bricks?
Brother, you just crashed. There's no slow process. It hits.
There's no come down. It's
No, you just, hey, guess what? I feel normal again.
V stops breathing and then she just like kind of turns and just starts vomiting like onto the ground.
Question. Is that like an anxiety? Does it seem like an anxiety response?
I mean, she's eaten more than she has in about a day, and all of the PTSD anxiety, and she starts breathing, hyperventilating, and vomiting onto the ground. So you make of that what you will.
Okay. Basilisk will take a deep draw on his pipe. And he will walk over and kind of loom down with a very dark but concerned look and cast heroism on V.
Ooh, what does that do?
It makes you immune to the frightened condition.
Okay.
It also, you are imbued with bravery. Till the spell ends, you are immune to being frightened. You gain temporary hit points equal to 5 at each of your turns. And I'm going to. Does anybody else look like truly distressed? Or is it just V looks like she's going through like hardcore hair withdrawal and everybody else is like, oh, that was fun, and now I'm sad.
This is interesting because I didn't really make this like a save that you guys go through because it's all mental and only you guys know where your character is at mentally, and I don't want to force anything on you. Me and Olive has kind of agreed on V's mental situation kind of moving forward, and she's got her own little rule set for that. So, the rest of you, how do you feel? How do you feel normally when you don't have magical wine forcing you to feel good about everything?
The weight of 3,714,619 lives on my shoulders, like a lodestone around my neck.
Let you guys figure. You ate too fast, Torin. You ate too fast, didn't you?
And then you see Torin's orange skin start turning red, and he just yells, "Tawny, that motherfucker!" And he throws a plate. Oh, that felt good.
V's just sort of like, ugh, I don't think it was that, Torin.
I know, I just needed to get that out of my system.
Just kind of look up at you, Basilisk, and she sort of like, as if you had loomed down, and she just sort of looks up at you and is just like, what did you do to me?
Cast a spell. It should help.
For what? What's it gonna do? What's it doing? What is it?
It should help with the anxiety.
I don't have anxiety. I'm just sick to my stomach. I don't.
Do you not know what? You don't know what. Never. Lost friends or family, never watched peers die, never had to actually work.
They never had reality TV either.
And they were better off for
it.
See, yeah, you may have died at 35 of dysentery and consumption, but you didn't have to watch the Kardashians.
I know which option I'd pick.
There's a silver lining in everything in this world. Anyway.
No, she's I don't know how to properly explain this without using bigger words than I know, but she's not in the right headspace right now, and it might take her a day or two to realign. So I just...
Then if we're attacked, she is the one that's eaten first.
Usually just swallowed.
Funny you should say that, but that's a story for later. We'll get drinks and I'll tell you. Just by and we'll meet up for dinner and a lot of drinks. A lot of drinks. And Torn's gonna walk away and go look for Hisma.
You see, as a pot-bellied Taruk just sits there. I'm gonna go to the beach. I will see you guys at dinner.
To irrationality.
Takes you a few moments, and you do hear the voice of one of your contacts that you know very well. It is a fellow Minotaur by the name of Starin, and Starin answers back with, "Understood. Perhaps they will need your help. If some form of leadership can rise from it, perhaps there's yet some good that can come of this. If it is as you feared, and it is doomed to fail, bitch." It's like a baby's arm holding an apple.
And
You know
we're
those novels-
back.
you know those-
Thank you guys for joining
Very good,
us.
Dan.
Man, this is the shit you should be streaming, Cam.
Like when you hold one of those little
You're
basketballs.
a bunch of degenerates.
Yeah.
You're all
Wow.
awful
You're
people, and I
fucking
love
sick.
you.
You're all
people.
fucking sick.
You know that T-shirt cannon?
Mm, hmm
Mm.
Tim, take it away, please.
Were we playing D&D eating for the menagerie here? They all scattered to the four winds and went for their own solace and separation. All of you thinking of what trials and challenges lay before you, and just the basic overarching theme of that we're going to be the driving force for putting a new government together. That's literally what we were talking about. With basically putting the crown on Hector's head and saying, "You're the guy." So, moving forward, I will say that I will go to each one of you during your little separation period. We've you sent your messages to your informant. You got your answer back, and then you were kind of just on your own. Anybody you wanted to talk to one-on-one, anything that you wanted to do.
Do I see Hector's mother anywhere?
Roll the investigation,
Yeah,
since you're
that's bold.
specifically looking for her.
Yeah, because it would be she would be the ideal one.
Sure.
Efficiencies, investigation. That's not going to be good. Yeah, that's only an 11.
11. It does take you a while, but you eventually do run into her. You find her the part of the built platform and pavilion where the wedding was taking place the day before, and you do catch her kind of inspecting the area a little bit.
Okay.
For the most part, the area is kind of guarded off by what little guard force there is here, but you do find her there.
All right. He'll approach deliberately, his hooves clacking on the stone so that she can hear, so that anybody that's maybe engrossed in something can hear the steps as he approaches.
Mm-hmm.
And he will clear his throat and say, "My lady, if I could have a moment of your time."
You see, for the first time, at least for you, Basilisk, for the first time, you see many of similar facial features that are the nose, the cheekbones. Not so much the demeanor is much different. There's a more of a stoic, serious countenance to this woman than what you see in Hector. But you do see the facial familiarities between the two. And you do see, I sent a picture for you guys just as a reminder of what she kind of looks like. You do see as she kind of nods to you and certainly. And she kind of motions to a table that was used the day before where a lot of the the seating arrangements for the party, and she kind of sits down.
All right. Basilisk will he will approach and wait for her to motion whether or not she wants him to sit down.
Yeah, she does. Kind of like a hand motion to the seat across from her.
And he'll sit down and he will he'll put set down his things basically, so he's a little bit more professional in his appearance, and he will he'll take a deep breath and he will look at her. She is carrying herself very stoically. She's carrying herself with authority.
Yes.
But is she doing so with hostility or disdain?
Roll insight.
Okay. (19 + 9, 28).
It is not hostile. It is professionalism. It is a sense of duty and resolve. Unwavering, but not hostile.
It is an honor to meet someone who has carried the burden of responsibility for so long that it no longer looks as if it weighs.
She kind of nods. Thank you. I'd like to think that it took maybe about 100 years to get used to, but eventually I like to think that it came natural. But that's a lie. It took years of hard work.
It's common for people to assume that such things are gifts, not the result of hard work and dedication. It's also natural for many to think that 100 years of practice is a luxury, and a life that long inherently better than the hand some of us are dealt.
There was a half smile in the delivery of what she said. It did, and I'm going to keep the insight roll that you had, at least for a little while. It wasn't forced, and it wasn't it wasn't for your benefit. It was genuine.
Yeah, she generally is. She's honest.
Yeah. You're getting a straightforward, honest delivery out of this right now. She says, "Well, it's true. The elven blood allows us the luxury of education. Many people have to learn at different speeds. Some faster or slower than others. I've always felt that my people never embraced that idea that we were given more time to adapt. Many other races can do so rather quickly because it's necessary. Change comes slow for elves."
Change comes slow for all things, but it seems that the timescales, when skewed, if you look at them from a certain angle, it seems that there are simply those who would like things to remain as they were when they were growing up, and there are people that would embrace the possibility of tomorrow. And while hope and dream is neither strategy nor decree, it is something that helps to drive not only individuals but civilizations and peoples, hopefully to a better tomorrow. But again, not a strategy, merely a wish. I spoke with your son today.
My half son, yes. Yes, my half elf son. Sorry, that was my flub.
Okay, I was like,
Yeah.
my brain was like,
Damn.
No, that was my flub. No, my half elf son, yes.
I don't know. Yes, go ahead.
I like that. No, she started to say something and stopped.
Worked.
I'll be direct and honest. It is a strange place with people who are terrifying and sometimes utterly confusing for me, but it is still a matter of it's easy to see when someone is motivated by a genuine goodness, a genuine oath and responsibility, or greed. And while you strike me as a woman who is not only beautiful in all of the ways that are useful, but who is ultimately a reliable individual in a world in which your peers can spend 1,000 years and never approach that level. And I just want to say that you should be proud of your son. He seems to be choosing his responsibilities, but he takes them no less seriously than you appear to. And as someone who has traveled a very great deal with a very heavy burden, it's hard not to appreciate seeing someone do it better.
Sees her eyes kind of narrow just for a moment. I was proud of him. I was proud of him for the choices he made. You see her eyes kind of dart around as if trying to recall something. "600 years ago? Thought I lost my son then. I grieved and eventually came to peace that he did what he thought was right, at least at the time. I resented the cause that I lost him to. I believed at the time that it was not worthy of him. Through the years, I felt that maybe if it was a cause that he lost himself to, it was important to him, therefore it should be, at the very least, respected by me. To learn that he wasn't dead, that was certainly a shock. And to learn of his plans now moving forward is even more so. It seems like regardless of the time that we live in, he will always choose his father's way of life over mine. Seems like he only embraces one side of who he is.
Basilisk will look off and smile very, very slightly, and will kind of gesture towards his holy symbol on his staff and say, "It is hard when you are torn between two lineages, between two people, two entities that you love and cherish and wish to obey and to make proud. As a son who knows the struggle of living in an intersection and existing in a liminal space between two very extreme dichotomies, for him to embrace his father's side, as you put it, is not him rejecting yours or your people's. It's him attempting to seize his own fate and his own life and to realize his own choices on a scale that matter to the people that matter to him. And I can say this with certainty because that's how I am. My mother is the mother of monsters, as the people in these lands would call her, creating abominations and threats to civilization, as they would call their kingdoms and their towns. But I love and worship my grandmother, goddess of aspects of society, of aspects of trade, of oracular visions, of understanding and looking forward to the future. So I'm forever torn between the hedonistic now and a future that I'll never see. I only wished to meet you and to understand whether or not Hector was beloved and respected because of who he is, in spite of who he is, or something in between. And I only offer that what pride you had in him for making his choices and what love you felt in those moments, you remember that while 600 years has passed, and for those of us here, like myself, is beyond a fathomable lifetime, it's really hard not to admire somebody who is honest with themselves and honest with the people around them. I thank you for your time. I merely wish to meet you and to tell you that your son is worth all of the love and attention that he has garnered. But more importantly, I think he's right. I think his choices are good. I think they are just. And I think they make sense, regardless of what happens next. I think he made the right ones. And I merely wanted to tell you, before whatever happens next can forever taint or remove the ability or the opportunity to do so. Also, don't trust the gods here. They will kidnap you in your dreams and get you drunk on this really insane wine. It's good, but I don't know that it's worth the crash.
You're the only reaction to everything that you got, that you just said, the only reaction you got was a raised eyebrow until you mentioned the gods of this realm. And then there was a confused but amused look about her. And she only replies with, I think the gods of this realm are destined to fail anyway, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Damn.
One could hope for such a bright future for the souls of this place, that these capricious and not altogether bad, mind you, but they're so mortal, they're so individualistic, they're so personal. On one hand, it's beautiful, and I wish I could devote my life to studying them and learning from them and experiencing all of those different types of person. But that level of mortal humanity, for lack of a better term, scares me. Because people can be monsters for the smallest of reasons. It's truly terrifying to think what they would do for the biggest of reasons. He'll nod to her and say, "Thank you for your time." He'll stand up and gather everything. I hope your travels are safe. I look forward to meeting you, and may Mother Themis and Mother Echidna bless your travels and keep you safe.
She respectfully nods. And as you walk away, I will do anything to convince my son that his life away from here takes priority than this God's forsaken realm. And she stands up and walks.
Bastos will return to his nice, out of the way point of observation, and he will continue to plan.
Corrales.
What's up?
Hey, buddy.
Yes.
My sympathies go out to anybody that has to follow up Joe. That's some bullshit.
I didn't know he was gonna go there, but it was fun. Corrales. Where did you end up, man?
Just kind of walking the beach, just thinking about what's happening, what's coming, what's in the past, kind of potential maybe allies that we didn't discuss just now.
Okay, it's literally 10 seconds of you pacing, and the spectral form of a dragonborn appears on the beach next to you and is pacing kind of with you, almost annoyingly like a shadow. And it's like a few feet away from you, but the astral projected form of this dragonborn of Shroud. He goes, "Are we pacing? Is that it?"
I'll just stop and look at him and say we were.
What are we pacing about?
You know, the whole retaking Brian, starting a new kingdom.
Oh, you guys are screwed.
Thank you for the vote of confidence.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to do
I'm
that.
Screwed, you're screwed now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, but yes, but you guys specifically. Yes, no.
I mean, we've already been to hell and back. I mean, we should be able to figure this out.
Sure, kid.
I love Merzagog so much.
So if I understand everything, druids, pirates, centaurs,
Oh my.
possible more maybe dragonborn help and Basilis's people
And the dwarfs.
and dwarves.
Yeah, so like pretty much everyone.
So literally just everybody that you've met.
Well, we haven't really met the dwarves yet.
True.
We're the dragonborn. But yeah, essentially.
As he resumes pacing and he's kind of like, it's almost like why are you doing that? Stop doing that. And it's like the thinking man pose is this astral dragonborn is just pacing back and forth like, you know. And you only have one hero left.
Why one? You're here.
I'm here, kid, but I'm not here.
But you're here, and Sapphire's still somewhere. That's 3.
Forgot. That's 2. That's 2.5.
Majority.
Couldn't hold that one in.
It's really not, kid. Literally, there's 3 dead.
Sort of.
There's 2.5 dead.
2.5 dead.
You a glass half empty kind of guy?
That's fucking.
As the
that's
astral
fucking-
projection that is part of your conscience, brought onto you by a cursed cloak,
Oh.
just stares at you. No, I'm not an optimist, kid. I really wasn't one when I was, mortal, but, and you just see hands frantically going up and down. No. I'd say my glass is well half empty.
Well, do you have anything to offer? Or just negativity?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought my life force would be enough.
I mean, you've done this before. Sort of.
Hey, it's goodbye now. Let me go. What do you want?
Hey, what you want from me, huh?
I give and I give and I give and
He
it's
just
never
immediately, he just goes full Italian dragonborn. Listen, what you want from me, huh? I give you, and I give you spells, and I give you the shadow stuff, and you're unappreciated. Really? No, he honestly looks at you. He goes, "You mean other than my life force? Don't have much else to give, kid. Kind of been putting Briseis's death into perspective. Now I'm starting to wonder if she put hurdles in our path when we were with her, and that's a lot to unpack. Seems like you guys have a good start and a good idea for what you want to do. I'm here. I'm here to help you as much as I can. I'm sorry, I don't have like an undead army for you to call upon at the last minute to save the day. It's not part of. I don't have it, man.
I don't think that would even help. We're trying to fight an undead army. I don't know how much another one.
Yeah, it's this story I read a long time ago. Anyway, it's something. It's actually, I don't know if you know this about like stories or whatever, but it's actually like a storytelling device where there's this big supernatural force that comes in at the last second and fixes everything for the heroes. I don't have one of those. It's called it's like a Zeus Vox Machina or something.
Touche. I don't know.
Oh, by the way, just throwing it out there, you're going to see a few changes here. Just saying. Don't be alarmed. It's the whole thing of me settling in again, since now, it's just the two of us here. And unless you have another side patron that you'd like to tell me about, we're in a committed relationship now.
I have no plans.
Okay.
On any other. This goes for everyone. No other patrons.
Anybody who might be listening.
But so what are we talking? Like the scales on the face like the other guy, or?
I don't think you have to worry about that now. Because we're kind of, our bond now is a little different than that. Yeah, him.
Yeah, but it's in the past. We don't have to talk about him. But what's different now with us?
That you're a little more open, and that it's, I don't have a better way to say it than that. Let's go back to that glass. Before, you were half full and I was pouring more water in. There was only so much water I could pour in because there's only so much room, yeah?
Okay.
Well, now the glass is empty and I can pour all of my water in.
Some more powers.
Yes. I'm glad that that's what you focused on. That's a good thing. Keep that attitude, kid. Just ignore everything else.
No. Don't do that.
Don't do what?
Point out the obvious, but you know, we can, I don't know, figure it out.
By the way, you know that chained one's still got his eye on you, right?
Well, that
like you feel that, right? That's not just something you're ignoring.
Not ignoring, but like you just cover it up, right? I'm not here, but I'm here. He can't find me.
You are on a beach in broad daylight. There ain't nothing I can do right now.
I'll drop a damn globe of darkness down at my feet real quick.
Get your parasol. His aesthetics are so goth, and his attitude is so pastel.
And I'm so here for it.
I love it so much.
He just kind of looks at you, Corrales. Just be careful, man. There's two of us in here, and if either one of us wants to live long enough to achieve the power that we want, he just kind of looks up. Just stay out of the sun, kid. And he dissipates.
Understood. I'm just going to kind of look around outside of the globe of darkness. I don't know where I'm going to go from here, but while it's up, I'm chilling.
Okay, fair enough.
Has anyone noticed that Hector is like good guy uncle and Merzagog is like shady guy uncle? You got your like soft guy's uncle, and you got Hector who's like, you know what, son? You should just do the right thing. And
yeah.
it's great. And then he's just like, listen, Uncle Jerry got stabbed in the 90s.
Listen, I went to...
Like, he's not offering him cigarettes, but he's not telling his parents if he smokes. Like,
all I'm saying is nothing's tasted right since that Grateful Dead concert in 1930. That's all I'm saying.
That's Merzagog, and then Hector is like straight, straight man.
Eat your vegetables and get plenty of sleep.
Yeah.
And then Merzagog's under the bed. Hey, you want a little dab? You want a little stamp before you go to bed? Have a nice dream. It'll be fun. It'll be a nice ride. You'll have pleasant dreams. I promise.
That's Merzagog uncle and Hector uncle are two different kinds of uncles.
Oh yeah.
And I'm so here for it.
We're gonna go to V next. V, you poor broken girl. Where did you go?
I went to that shrine because I'm thinking.
Yeah, you were in the shrines. Okay.
Ain't nobody gonna go to a temple to the primordial deities around here, so I figured it'd be a nice, quiet space to scream into.
It is, and there isn't anybody there. For as busy as this place has been, you've noticed a distinct, like you get that people are leaving, and it's starting to thin out. This resort and everything that was built, it's probably not going to last too much longer.
No, she gets there and just literally incoherent screaming into the forest.
Yeah.
That statue to Nyx is here, right?
Yes.
When she's she's a singer, so you got to keep your vocal muscles all good and not. She just shredded them right now.
Yeah.
For the feels of it, just to feel something.
Yeah.
And when she's kind of panting and, I mean, not really realizing that it doesn't hurt. She's just exhausted. She's not she screamed ragged, but it doesn't hurt her throat. She can't feel pain anymore and doesn't realize it yet. She just knows that it sucks, and she kind of collapses near one of the statues and stares at the Nyx statue and just sort of is so mad because Nyx knew something because she said what she said. So why in the hell didn't she do something about it? You could have fixed it right then. And none of that had to have happened, or at the very least, I wouldn't have done what happened. You could have just, you're so scary. You could have just killed me. It would have made everything a lot easier. But no, you just had to let it all play out. That was the thing to do. She's just too exhausted to scream anymore and just stares, leaning kind of fetal, hugging her knees, leaning up against some statue, and just sits there.
Roll me a religion check.
Okay.
Okay.
I gave up. That's a nat 20.
For a total of?
Nat 20.
Oh, nat just 20? There's a definite odd silence that all you hear is the wind off of the shore not too far away. And then all you hear is just the blowing of the wind through the trees. It's just really beautiful and peaceful, actually, if your life wasn't in the crap right now. And almost disturbingly so, from the Nyx statue that you're focusing on, the likeness of the statue steps out from it. And there's a visage of Nyx.
It's queasy. It's just
standing there.
Really? Just rhetorical bitching is that's just great. That's just so great.
Yes. Sometimes that's all it takes. Other times, we're busy. Well, I'm here now. What should I have done differently? Please, tell me.
I can't tell you how many times in my recent life I've figured things would have panned out so much better if I had just dropped dead then and there.
That would have saved a lot of people a lot of issues. Some of them would still be alive. wonder how many possibilities you snuffed out. It's interesting to think about. I wonder. You almost, there's a far off look like, is she actually trying to think about that and quantify? And that thought is kind of frightening.
Does she look like she's like angry or like judging, or is she just musing? Like,
absolutely musing. I'm not even, because it's not really it's nothing that she's hiding. Yeah.
I've never. I don't know what happened to me earlier today. I don't know what that was. But it wasn't about what I felt, it's about what I didn't feel. And I don't think I've ever had that much clarity. And yeah,
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes, I saw. The wine in its normal form gives life to us. I think you had a... What is the term used? It was cut or diluted. So it was fit for mortals to drink.
What did it do to us?
Suppose it did something different to each of you. I guess at the most basic form, it took away your conscience, your responsibilities, your humanity, at least for a short time. Allowed you to function maybe more efficiently than you ever have before. Humans often let what they can't see get in the way of the things they can.
Lives snuffed out. I've never until very recently, I hadn't understood or ever experienced that. Burning guilt, I suppose it is. I hadn't, not a single time, not a single life that I've never. But then I figured out what did make me guilty. was guilty that I wasn't guilty about it. Now that I can figure that out, what that was, without that feeling, and then when it all came back, the only thing I can see was his face when I if you didn't want me to hurt him, I don't know why you couldn't have stopped me from hurting him.
Not even a goddess could stop you from hurting him at this point.
I keep thinking about staying here forever so he never has to see me again, or hiding, or drowning, or running, or anything to keep him from having to. I just want him to. I just don't want him to hurt. Especially not over me.
Why didn't you call on her? She's better at this.
I didn't call on you. I was yelling at your statue. You showed up. That's not on me. I figured you'd have better things to do with your time.
Then deal with the one who's literally torturing my one powerful follower. No, I really didn't have anything else on my docket for the day.
What do you mean torturing him? I got a couple good hits in. That's not the same thing. The fact that I did it at all has me spiraling, but in my defense, it's not like I luckily, the ones controlling me wanted me to die there along with everybody. Otherwise, they would have used me like a fucking assassin. Instead, they point and fired. Luckily. Otherwise, that could have been a lot worse, but the fact that it happened at all, I don't. And then I have to tell him things that I don't even have a right to look at him ever again, let alone tell him anything. And you want to know the worst part of all of it? The worst part of all of it is that the thing that I'm the guiltiest about, it's not that I hurt him. It's not that I attacked him. It's not even that. It's that I still can't seem to be okay with the fact that I want to be near him because she hated me for it. That's what I'm guilty about, is that she wanted him and he wants me. And I can't forgive myself for that because I still care about her somehow and I can't stop, and I should be able to, but I can't hate her and I should. And that's horrible, isn't it?
As humans go, it's... You see a strange... Like she's trying to tell you what the color of number 7 is. And it's just... As humans go, yeah, you're horrible. I literally wish he cared about any other woman on this plane. But neither one of us got what we wanted. It is, and you just see
You don't.
Pat.
You don't.
No, it did.
You don't.
Right on the shoulder. It's like 1 though. Pat.
Thank you.
I just think it's foolish for you to sit here worried about hurting him when what you're feeling and what he's feeling, it's inevitable that you'll hurt each other. I kind of feel like you should have talked to my... I feel like that's part of love. Like, that's going to happen. And...
Don't.
Oh, that's where you're at. Got it. Well, when you're ready to deal with that, you deal with it. Anything beyond that, it's got to be more of a, well, when you're ready to be useful to your friends and everything that's around you, let us all know.
You are terrible at this.
I don't like you.
That's completely fair. I'm amazed I'm still alive. I'm sorry, I didn't call you here. But
you see as like she kind of disapparates from where she is to right next to your head. Then don't say my name.
I don't think yes, ma'am. Won't happen again. I don't think I said her name. I was just yelling.
Really, I blame Torin for all of this.
Wait a minute.
You should. Torin is to blame.
20? What the fuck?
As the visage is starting to move back into the statue, she goes, "Don't make a habit of this. Call blame Aphrodite's statue next time. And she just moves back and the statue becomes... It's normal.
So much to ask for a little divine punishment once in a while. What in the name of all the living gods?
The level of masochism to say, is it so much to ask for a little bit of divine punishment?
Yeah, V is not a good person, and she wants to die.
Masochism is not a moral position.
It is not.
To be dead so bad. V has wanted to be dead for a long time.
You literally had the primordial god of night go, "Get over your shit." Jeez. Like...
kind of a gap between harder daddy and no, rack the shotgun. Like, I don't know where V is on that spectrum. I think she may be the spectrum, but you need...
I mean, 2 sessions ago, she basically gave the sleeper code to Torin and said, if it ever happens again, pull the fucking trigger.
Yeah, she fucking did.
Yeah.
She sure did.
47 India train car.
The gods aren't going to do it, apparently.
The sad part is he
that
might.
Italian family over at the other table is very quiet. Looks like the eagle's going to fly backwards at midnight, you know what I'm saying? Freaking
So after that very tense and awkward exchange with Nyx, or at least an avatar of Nyx, you are left alone in that courtyard in the gardens with all of these shrines.
She's gonna go around the statue she was leaning against, facing the Nyx statue. She's gonna like shuffle.
By the way, the one that you leaning up against, you kind of look up at, and if you're curious, it is a likeness of Hermes.
Oh, interesting. She kind of shuffles around to the other side of that statue and just sits there, like shuffles out of Nyx's view
Right.
of the Nyx statue, and she just sort of like clanks her head against the Hermes statue and just fucking sits there. She can't move. Like, no.
Okay. Draco!
Why do you hate me so much?
You know what you did?
If it's either Joe, it's fucking
Follow
deep.
that, bitch.
Like, hey, why couldn't I be at the top?
I had two choices. I chose to end on Torin, okay?
man.
That's why I don't go after Olive anytime we're doing anything like this.
You,
Because
you're,
I know my
you're no
goddamn
better.
place.
You're no better. Both of y'all are bad positions to follow up behind.
A nat 20!
Yeah.
Got punished. Remember, what you're trying to achieve with your role is not always what you get, and sometimes you get punished in a way apparently
Listen,
you're not
nothing
into.
ever beats the
Yeah.
2 on the religion check.
I actually love this narrative that it's kind of like, I want someone to be angry at me. No, we're just annoyed.
I'm disappointed.
We're
and I'll
not
be
mad, we're
frustrated.
disappointed.
You don't get. You know what? No, you don't get my anger. I
You don't
believe
get
you.
anger.
And then
100% what's going on. 100% what's going on.
I
Yeah.
got this.
Funny about it
Walks
too is
away.
anytime anybody brings up Via's like, oh, you mean the scores of people I've killed? No, I'm not sad about that. I made my boyfriend sad.
People
Yeah.
die all the time.
People die all the time, and they would have died if it wasn't me. It would have been another knife stabbing him in the back. All right, but this guy, I heard
Or a
his
goat.
feelings.
You know how many people goats would kill if you weren't killing them? Like at least half of your targets. Goats are evil. They're all bastards. Except for one.
Sweet fucking Jesus.
All right.
All right.
Draco.
Yes.
As we make our way back, where did you end up after the group session? The party
I was on
the party
trying to
discussion.
find Sapphire.
Okay. Easy enough to do. Not going to make you roll for that. You do find her. She is outside of her quarters, which is basically where they're keeping the body of Mina for now. And she's basically outside of her quarters, just small fire going, just her outside, kind of meditating.
Oh, okay. I'll go over and sit like in her vicinity without like physically disturbing her.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sapphire.
Hi.
I know you're meditating, but you mind talking? Like
Sure. I always feel like meditating when I'm talking.
cool. Yeah. No, it's just that like outside of the people that you saw me with, I don't have any connections with anybody else on this island, so it's kind of just you.
Close your eyes. Sit down.
Okay. I start meditating with her.
Roll me a nature check.
You summon Nyx.
Fire pops up and I go to sleep.
Bet.
The funny thing is, nature is like one of my worst stats.
Why would the druid have any nature stats?
That tracks.
Shut up, because I'm a space druid. Leave me alone.
You are,
Filthy
yes,
nerd.
Star Druid.
Technically speaking, yeah.
16.
You're like the Irish to the British. Yeah, you're with us, but you're really not. Anyway,
Us.
okay. You got a 16. Tell me, does a 19 hit?
A 19 hits.
Okay. Take 5 points of bludgeoning damage while you were meditating. and Sapphire's staff bonks you on top of the head mid-meditation.
Ow, why?
Crack! And you see her no longer meditating, standing up, the halfling druid looking down at you. If you are on this island and only have a connection to one person on it, you are the worst druid I have ever met.
What do you mean by that?
I hear about 20 different living creatures if you just quiet your mind for 2 seconds. And if you don't have a connection to that, I can't teach you anything else. I might as well try to teach that rock next to you.
First of all, I don't want to be the one get caught talking deep shit to a fucking bat. They already think I'm fucking weird as is.
Bats?
No, my friends? I don't know.
Friends?
these
friends?
people I met at a wedding.
We met in a swamp.
Like I haven't defined the relationships. But
You haven't defined the relation. Of course you haven't. No. No. Only nearly
people
died with
that-
them.
We're people that tolerate each other's existence within vicinity. Yeah, that tracks. That works.
Sure. She just kind of looks down at you, and you don't know if it's condescension or pity or both. Okay. Listen. I'm not always going to be here for, to help you, I don't know, think, live, do all the basic things. I'm not always going to be here, okay? I think that, and I don't do this to you or any of them, I really don't like doing this. But when I was in a group of people trying to save the world, we talked to each other at least a few times a day. Maybe start there?
It's been a rough couple of days.
Draco
We
like
just had a
kind
beach
of thinks.
episode.
It's been a
Draco
rough
kind of
48
thinks about that.
hours.
It's like, I mean, we did have pancakes earlier, but then like all of a sudden, shit just got on pancake ish. If you get what I'm saying. It was like,
No, I don't.
so at one point everybody was eating pancakes and everything was fine, and then the next point it was like something's not right, and it wasn't the.
Draco, I'm going to go into that room. I'm going to set it on fire, and I'm just going to sit in that room and see how long I last. That might be less painful than this conversation.
You, I don't know how to. It's just like meeting you, hearing stories of you, and I guess I don't know. Just not being around other druids is a lot, I guess. And even though I'm saying something about pancakes, it really was like everything was a sense of bliss, and then all of a sudden it just went back to normal. And
Oh, you guys are downers, no doubt. So yeah, maybe from now on, maybe eat or drink when you talk to each other.
that's what we were doing. And then we started talking about these plans, and it's like, this was not what I signed up for. They're talking about free states and assassins and all this other shit and allies and wars, and I just want to get people to help kill a dragon so my people could try to live in peace. the situation has gotten so out of hand in this. Like, I knew that they were. It's a lot. It's a lot that I wasn't prepared for, and I don't know.
Draco, I am going to advise you the best that I can, but in case you didn't notice, me and my friends failed miserably. We are not coming from a place of success here. I am not going to have the answers. Hector is not going to have the answers. We are literally the only two that are left alive from that misadventure.
So how are we supposed to fare better?
I mean, don't turn on each other would be a great start. Stay away from dark magic, because that's what got Mersey caught up. In my case, stay away from isolation and depression. And in Hector's case, stay away from women.
I'm done.
So
good campaign, guys.
So basically, we're destined to fail, is what I'm getting.
I don't think you all are destined to fail because.
Oh, just some of us.
Yes, just some of you.
Okay.
To seriously answer your question, you're doing better than you think, but also you're doing a little worse than you think too. And she kind of like waits for a second. You're doing better in some areas than you think, and you're doing worse in other areas than you'd think. So I would say come up with a plan, work together, and just follow through. I would give that advice to a child, though. Like I said, I am not a wise old sage that has all the answers for you. I failed. Okay, Draco, I failed and I buried my best friend on the island that I ended up with. I am not someone you need to go to for advice on how to make all of this work. I can teach you about spells. I can teach you about animal forms. I can teach you about druid things.
And
I failed as a hero.
I get it. I guess I wasn't expecting to be a hero.
I heard a saying a long time ago where you either are born into greatness or the expectation of greatness, or it's thrusted upon you at some point in your life, and it's just how you react to it. That's what matters.
So running away wouldn't be a good reaction to all of this.
Having done it myself, I can tell you with 100% certainty, no, that is not a good way to deal with it.
It's no, you're right. You're right. I guess it wouldn't be the best for me to just open up a portal, go back home, and never look back.
let's play with that option just for a moment. Let's say you did that. What then? What are you going back to? You'd still have a white dragon problem, right? You still would have bickering, squabbling, infighting of the druidic clans. And our people would be no better off than what they are right now. Now, if you think that we are heading in the right direction, and if you believe that our people are making the right call by running to the frozen tundras to go hide away from everything, then maybe that's the right decision.
Oh, you. Fuck, this is so hard. Oh man, just. You're right, Sapphire.
This is hard for you. How hard do you think this is for me? I don't even care about those clans anymore. I literally took the first chance I could to get away from them. But yeah, for your situation and what you're trying to do, this is the correct thing to do. I wouldn't do it, but you should.
Damn, Sapphire with the smoke. Holy shit.
Oh God. Oh. Yeah. So. I mean, yeah. You're right. And you say you're not a Wizendoe teacher. No, you're doing way better than. Wait, so does that mean you're my teacher? Are you my mentor?
I guess.
Draco just in a monologue. Fuck yeah. I guess since I have a mentor as great as you, I can't embarrass you.
I hate you. Don't ever. No. Don't do that.
It's too late. It's already done. It's too late. I mean, you did say that you can teach me spells and druid stuff and animal stuff.
I can, and I'm